can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork. Spend public funds wisely and judiciously. Reject opulence. And never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open.
I thank you and happy birthday to all of us. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Gabonese Republic, Head of State and Head of Government. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At this 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, I'd like to speak about Africa's role in the future of this organization. However, it's impossible to do that without first considering the collective role that Africa played in its founding, which was small and relatively insignificant. Of the 51 member states involved in the founding of the United Nations in 1945, only 4 were African: Egypt, Ethiopia, Liberia, and South Africa. It is important to point out that the United Nations came into being in the aftermath of World War II because of the inability of its predecessor, the League of Nations, to avert a large-scale global conflict, which had been its guiding purpose when it was founded in 1920 at the end of the First World War. Out of the 42 founding member states of the League of Nations, only 3 were African: Liberia, the Union of South Africa, and Ethiopia. Egypt was to join later in 1937. Africa's overall participation in the organization's founding was minimal and relatively unimportant. That's because before all the other talks and meetings, representatives from a group of 14 nations gathered in Berlin for a series of discussions that began in 1884 and which led to the partitioning and formal colonization of the African continent, which is also called the Scramble for Africa. It has famously been written that past is prologue. Well, in the past, the majority of the 54 nations that now comprise Africa were never offered a seat at the table where plans for a new world order were being drawn. But, Madam President, as fate would have it, the tables are turning, and Africa's role in the authorship of whatever is yet to come for this world is going to be huge, and it will be consequential. According to this organization's own projections, by the year 2050, more than 25% of the world's population is expected to come from the African continent. Additionally, by 2050, 1/3 of all young people aged between 15 to 24 will be residing on the African continent. So you see, the future of this world is African. Allow me to say this once again a little louder for those of you in the back. The future is African. Already today, Africa is a catalyst for human potential and development, as well as for economic reform and ecological stability. Africa is a catalyst for systemic change. If this reality, which is fact-based and straightforward, seems provocative or unsettling, perhaps it's because you are viewing it through the lens of centuries of filters, colonialism and imperialism, and the resulting implicit bias. Maybe you are unaware of the resilience of African nations or their remarkable ability to make a strong comeback just when you think it's safe to count them out. That is what is happening right now in my own country, Ghana. Our constitution limits leaders to 2 4-year terms. In January, I was sworn in for a second term, which, let me point out, was non-consecutive with my first term. Our currency, the Ghana cedi, was rapidly depreciating, faced with rising inflation, a huge debt burden, and low morale amongst our citizens. My new administration settled down quickly and embarked on an ambitious program of comprehensive transformation designed to restructure Ghana's economic foundation and enhance our competitive standing globally. We refer to this process of recalibration as our reset agenda. In just 8 months, we have achieved significant reduction in inflation from 23.8% in December 2024 to 11.5% in August 2025, restoring price stability for our citizens. Additionally, our currency, the Ghana cedi, has appreciated considerably against other currencies, with Bloomberg reporting it as the best performing currency in the world at one point. Our improved sovereign credit rating reflects increasing investor confidence in our economy, and our 24-hour economy initiative promises to transform our economy. And there's a renewed willingness amongst our people to trust that their elected officials have Ghana's interests at heart and that we're progressing together. Madam President, I believe that in honor of this milestone celebration, the United Nations should also embark on a process of serious recalibration and establish its own reset agenda. Since the organization's founding, the number of UN member nations has nearly quadrupled. And quite frankly, it is not the same world that it was back then when the UN was formed. I mentioned earlier that I began my second non-consecutive term as president this past January. My first term ended in January 2017. In that span of time, 8 years, the world has changed with such ferocity. My first days in office after my return felt as though I had just awakened from a Rip Van Winkle-style sleep. Now, no, that was only after 8 years. Imagine then what it will be like after 80 years since the founding of the United Nations. In 1945, the sun had not yet set on the largest empire in history. The most common mode of international travel was by sea. The personal computer had not been invented, let alone made portable. And television, a new convenience, was still in its infancy, albeit in black and white color. Relations between the US and the Soviet Union were turning frosty, with Winston Churchill declaring that an iron curtain has descended across the European continent. Fast track 80 years on, in today's world, hundreds of thousands of commercial flights take off and land every day. Libraries have been digitized so that volumes of literature can exist on a small device, small enough to fit inside your pocket. We live in a world of cryptocurrency, artificial intelligence, social media, the internet and its dark hidden dungeon of the dark web, all of which carry a potential threat to global peace and security. Climate change is real, and we're fighting a losing battle against the loss of Maldives and other island nations to the rising sea level, against the loss of Timbuktu to desertification, and the Amazon forest to global warming and deforestation. Madam President, the UN Founding Charter is outdated when it comes to representation in this August Assembly. The most powerful post-World War II nations are still being rewarded with an almost totalitarian guardianship over the rest of the world. And yet, the first sentence in Chapter 2, Article 1 of the UN Charter declares that the organization is based on the principle of sovereign equality of all its members. If this were true, and was the case, a continent as large as Africa, with its numerous UN member states, would have at least one permanent seat on the Security Council. Furthermore, we believe that veto power should not be restricted to only 5 nations, nor should it be absolute. There must be a mechanism in this House for the General Assembly to challenge a veto. No single nation should be able to exercise an absolute veto to serve its own interests in a dispute. In 1995, during the 50th anniversary of the United Nations, Nelson Mandela stood in this very spot, and he said, "The United Nations has to reassess its role, redefine its profile, and reshape its structures. It should truly reflect the diversity of our universe and ensure equity among the nations in the exercise of power within the system of international relations in general and the Security Council in particular. I close quotations. 30 years later, we African leaders are still making the same simple request for a permanent seat on the Security Council with the power of a veto. So today, Madam President, I stand here in this exact spot and ask the world, if not now, then when? We demand not only a reform of the Security Council, but also a reset of the global financial architecture, which is currently rigged against Africa. Africa must have a greater say in the world's multilateral financial institutions. And while I'm making requests, I'd like to call for the removal of the blockade on Cuba. As Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, our nation's founder, famously said, we seek to be friends with all and enemies to none. The Cuban people shed their blood on African soil in the fight against apartheid. And indeed, Cuba has been and continues to be a faithful friend of Africa. You see, the very fact that I can stand here and ask these things and say these things, and the fact that all nations can ostensibly gather here to address critical global issues, air our grievances, and express our concerns, that is what makes the survival of this organization so important. In every old city or village, you will find a town square, or a courtyard, or a plaza that once served as a gathering space for the citizens of the community and their leaders. Meetings and celebrations were held there, as were trials and elections. And these were spaces that brought people together and held them together as a community. Sadly, time and technology have eroded these spaces. Madam President, in many ways, the United Nations is the proverbial town square of our modern global village. And it has never been more critical for us to protect this one space that brings and holds the world nations together as a community. The internet, social media platforms, and artificial intelligence offer us the illusion of connectivity, when in fact what they do is reinforce isolation by using algorithms that ensure that we do not receive new ideas and perspectives, but rather more of the same content. We are served alternative facts and manipulated images, making it easy to disseminate disinformation and sow seeds of division amongst communities. Madam President, these are dangerous times. Our world is currently experiencing a rise in nationalism and economic instability. There's a general breakdown of multilateralism. Various acts of aggression have been committed against the sovereignty of others, and nations are attempting to circumvent the very safeguards that were put in place to prevent large-scale global conflict. These conditions are all too similar to the ones that led to the League of Nations' failure in fulfilling its mandate. The denial of visas to President Abbas and the Palestinian delegation sets a bad precedent and should be deeply worrying to all member nations of the United Nations. Ghana recognized the state of Palestine in 1988 and supported a two-state solution to the conflict since then. And I say, contrary to the claims of some, a two-state solution would not be a reward for Hamas. It would rather be a reprieve for the hundreds of thousands of innocent women and children and people who are facing collective punishment and forced starvation for no reason other than the fact that they are Palestinian. For nearly 2 years and for the fear of reprisals, we here in this General Assembly have been playing hide and seek with language to find the right words to help us avoid or excuse what we all know is taking place in Gaza. But here's the thing, it doesn't matter what you call it. If it looks like a duck, it swims like a duck, and quacks like a duck, well, then it must be a duck. The crimes in Gaza must stop. The crimes in Gaza must stop. Madam President, I also want to draw particular attention to the conflict in Sudan, which this body has described as the world's largest humanitarian crisis. 12 million people have had to flee their homes. And when we speak of migration, we refer to the 12 million new Sudanese refugees, whom we as a global community should be willing to assist in much the same way that many member nations readily assisted new refugees coming out of Ukraine. Let's dispense with the euphemisms and dog whistles and speak frankly. It is not a mystery that when leaders of Western nations complain of their migration problems, they are often referring to immigrants from the global south. But many of those immigrants are climate refugees. And interestingly, the global north emits 75% more greenhouse gases than the global south. However, the effects of climate change are more severe in the global south because we lack the resources to address them effectively. And so when the desert encroaches on our villages and towns and they become unlivable, we are forced to flee. Ansah, a Somali-born prophet, a Somali-British poet born in Kenya to Somalian refugee parents, was London's first youth poet laureate. She writes in her poem titled Home. And it says, you have to understand that no one puts their children in a boat unless the water is safer than the land. No one bends their palms under trains beneath carriages. No one spends days and nights in the stomach of a truck feeding on newspaper unless the miles traveled mean something more than just a journey. Madam President, we cannot normalize cruelty. We cannot normalize hatred. We cannot normalize xenophobia and racism. If we're going to tell a story, let's not tell its slant. Let's tell all the truth. When we speak of migrants, we speak of Mami Ewusi Mensah Frimpong, a judge on the U.S. District Court for the Central District of California. She's the first black female judge on any of California's 4 federal district courts. She was born here in America to immigrant parents from Ghana. We speak of Peter Bosman, a medical doctor in Ghana who moved to the town of Piran in Slovenia in the 1980s and later became the first black mayor of Piran, the first black mayor in Slovenia and in the whole of Eastern Europe. We speak of T. Michael, the iconic Ghanaian Norwegian artist and designer. And of course, we speak of the late Kofi Annan, former United Nations Secretary General. Former United Nations Secretary General and Nobel Peace Prize recipient, who was born in Ghana but spent his adulthood in various places in America and Europe. These are people who have brought great distinction to the countries that they decided to call home. Just as the migrants and the children of migrants before them did, I dare say these are not invaders. These are not criminals. Madam President, the slave trade must be recognized as the greatest crime against humanity. As the African champion on reparations, Ghana intends to introduce a motion in this August body to that effect. More than 12.5 million Africans were forcibly taken against their will and transported to create wealth for the powerful Western nations. We must demand reparations for the enslavement of our people and the colonization of our land that resulted in the theft of our natural resources, as well as the looting of artifacts and other items of cultural heritage that have yet to be returned in total. We recognize the value of our land and the value of our lives, as did our colonizers, as well as the governments that happily paid reparations to former slave owners as compensation for the loss of their property, in quotes, and that property for which they received compensation was paid referred to enslaved people who had been freed. Madam President, an increasingly insecure world is witnessing upward spending on defense budgets of bilateral partners and steep cuts in official development assistance. Since July 2024, it is estimated that there's been a 40% drop in humanitarian aid globally. In this era of global uncertainty, Africa must exercise sovereignty over its natural resources to raise the necessary funds to ensure the well-being of its citizens. The days of parceling out vast concession areas to foreign interests for exploitation must come to an end. We'll continue to welcome foreign investment,
but we must negotiate better for a bigger share of the natural resources that belong to us. And we must insist on value addition to these resources. We're tired of the continued image of poverty-stricken, disease-ridden rural communities living at the periphery of huge foreign-controlled natural resource concession areas. We're tired of having people extract the most they can from us and in return offer us the very least by way of respect, consideration, and dignity. We're tired of not being represented in ways that reveal the richness and complexity of our history or acknowledge all that we have overcome to arrive here in this liminal space of untold possibilities. Allow me to echo the Indian-American writer Arundhati Roy, who wrote, "Another world is not only possible, she is on her way. On a quiet day, I can hear her breathing." I want to add that for the sake of Africa, and quite selfishly for the sake of my 18-year-old daughter, I hope that this new world that is arriving is a place of safety and equality for women and girls. To succeed, we must empower everyone, including women and girls, to reach their full potential. In closing, Madam President, I'd like to congratulate you on your election to preside over this historic 80th General Assembly and on being the 5th woman to hold this distinction. I'd also like to congratulate Her Excellency Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman on being the first woman Vice President of Ghana. Now every Ghanaian girl knows the heights to which she can ascend. Words matter, but issues of representation matter even more, which is why Ghana looks forward to the appointment of a woman as Secretary General of this organization in the near future. Madam President, Your Excellencies, I thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly,
I thank you and happy birthday to all of us. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Gabonese Republic, Head of State and Head of Government. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At this 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, I'd like to speak about Africa's role in the future of this organization. However, it's impossible to do that without first considering the collective role that Africa played in its founding, which was small and relatively insignificant. Of the 51 member states involved in the founding of the United Nations in 1945, only 4 were African: Egypt, Ethiopia, Liberia, and South Africa. It is important to point out that the United Nations came into being in the aftermath of World War II because of the inability of its predecessor, the League of Nations, to avert a large-scale global conflict, which had been its guiding purpose when it was founded in 1920 at the end of the First World War. Out of the 42 founding member states of the League of Nations, only 3 were African: Liberia, the Union of South Africa, and Ethiopia. Egypt was to join later in 1937. Africa's overall participation in the organization's founding was minimal and relatively unimportant. That's because before all the other talks and meetings, representatives from a group of 14 nations gathered in Berlin for a series of discussions that began in 1884 and which led to the partitioning and formal colonization of the African continent, which is also called the Scramble for Africa. It has famously been written that past is prologue. Well, in the past, the majority of the 54 nations that now comprise Africa were never
Okay, so that's it live on Accra100.5FM Citizen Show. Yeah, man, pim the dom. Nah, yeah, man, pipian koban so akwaba sonko emra Accra. 100.5 FM, Jumedi in the Citizen Show. Certainly, ladies and gentlemen, I am the voice for the voiceless, the gatekeeper of this nation. Ochiman PSA, Usunoman this year. Me didn't know to the Ghana mine Casamafoni. For this reason, I was given to humanity. Ghana, and suddenly we are ready to serve. It's a pleasure driving you from now to 6 p.m. And then Idikaya Okasa Fidia Fruma Odia to her. Here comes Jumedi we Jumedia Idrevia. I mean, across the breadth and land of our country. Happy New Year. Other stations, that be a bad thing. Because near Kanokreno. Nyansa nyina dwasu ne bede ahane sanimo enti bepacho you're welcome if we're fresher, but make a date with us Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays. Mondays to Fridays yebo akwem 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Then on Saturdays yebo akwem anopa no Sonia Soja right after the news 10 a.m. na yedi akugu anokwasam no sa ye hwetu mi anim na yakano kre ache irrespective of the political correction. So good afternoon and welcome on board. All the oil marketing companies, the OMCs especially, filling stations, Idrusa Bria Noma Beam. Thank you so much. You know, I do say Sebi radio no yima nyanya toma what to radio my filling station. But your dokwa and you know stations the dorsal. So big kase what the Nikasa Fidia Fruma air to Accra FM wa Sancrophone woman the Mayan Sakoyano into DBA bar it was see it come cruise it filling stations more dorsal me more be nebi but across all the filling stations in our country baby bia Accra FM kudruno Citizen Show abusuyen yese yedamase. Then of course many anumwa minimum ye adwuma mechi amwache. You know, the trotro drivers, taxi drivers, you know, taxi drivers, you know, mo taxi rank and the trotro station. Me believe mo buta drivers no yatamaswate. You drive yesi and mo bim we me ken. Oh yeah, passenger now timia yadawase nyakopo nshira pa. Then my Uber guys, my Bolt guys, my Yango guys, and of course, taxi, ne shaxi, the Shatawale guys. But this will be the birthday. The birthday need away. Ne. It you no more Independence and now on your way. Ochina Stadium. Where are they doing it? Independence Square. Anyways, Shatta, I love one thing about him. What kind of Christian yet here? I mean, Shatawale, you know, I mean, yeah, I kind of create. Or Bob Banko the Pogba away. I mean, he's a necessary evil. On what we join, I mean, and those are the kind of guys we need in the industry. Shatawale, dear, Meteneswa, Masori is a great guy. He's a great guy. Sanka musicians no don't know be fasten your kind of crenwa. Me assure Sanka music industry. Ubitiminya royalty 2 cities no. How can you be a musician? Na oni pa kono atunyum te se hanamafo. And I say Mary, those Stephen Mary Ganza and Eminem Ding Elder Miracle, you know, those top guys in music, you know, na watunyum film le santene. Say yeah, me man royalty afimunwa. Ubiti mije 500 cedis. I interviewed somebody was in the day about 49 Ghana cedis. Musician awajidi. Iti some nya people like Shatawale, no man kasa no kwe ya. They be the music can be Ghana. Obi abonyum ba ko pe. E we be America, UK. We didi ho abisine. Obu akwa no is soloist. Obu more to verse. The system is structured in such a way a manner say musician you will not go broke. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, on my team, there were a lot of musicians. Let me say I did not plan to talk about this, but as the spirit lead, I think the SMA can because ABN here musicians. And maybe by extension actors. Obi bia or ye ejuma around intellectual property right. Emka just say, Obi no kra ne de no enya nyum to enya acting, a trademark. Just that trademark like an with me did ho. It will be there a Dosi Gabbana, will be there Louis Vuitton, just trademark. Unfortunately, or mine they don't even care about. Do they even? Now you know they don't care about the trademark. But it's bad. It's bad. We have a lot of celebrities in Ghana. They are broke. They are just living under pretense. Living under pretense. I know actors. I know musicians. Living under pretense. What do you say? You're a co-programmer. Now I call garage be. Ubu muswa. Ebi anadam for ne garage master. Inti ni yiba akwamano. Oba you be inti odi a senko for no mo kaka no me careful. Share baby chia. Asema bafi. I'm not disrespecting any celebrity here. Masa me cannot catch them. We have other few celebrities in Swa. Omu timi shoma kwenyi. Obi temi ame dokonomo. Even do much is needed, but at least omu timi share niema kakra yi. Obu onso ana enye se ima wanhye na kwenyi o. The system itself. Because untimi nka nkyere me say obi wo hon mo albums be 5. Na ne royalty ebeba afemu ni nyina royalty no endru 2000 Ghana cedis. No. Sabi my nyumba kumpa. I expect to say my royalty should be more than 2,000 per year. Nanka besobia why ye albums be 5. Obia why ye albums be 5. It's what kind of a system are we putting in place? When the Gamro focus they are even saying they are trying their best. The truth is that be another current administration through evolution or better than the previous administration. But my friend was saying the absence of nothing bad is good. Others say, I say like Fapim Papa Noah. It just say you did know musicians, you did know actors, you did know celebrities, you know. I mean, like we don't care about them. If we don't care, we don't care. And I hear stations in the broad muswa in ye fees. Stations be brave, radio stations be brave. How could I mean him? Oh no, but it's true. I've worked across a lot of radio stations. I've worked across a lot of TV stations, you know, media houses. Yes, Trema Gamro. What does it? And Nina and Kusin artists. And where you near Samuka. It's not about your red carpet, blue carpet, green. That was look. There were a lot of TV stations from some entertainment. The beer and some no makan was and you may be artists no munya time on can you should be going to court on some of these things in making sure say there is a change. Obia afimuni nyina ne royalty 500 cedis. Atade ben papa do be shaba ayi red carpet no yesi anya station se kan say natade na o share the airtime pa da bio ne royalty 500 cedis atade ben potena be sokoto. So consistently this entertainment pundit you must be very consistent on the welfare of the artist. Say artist no didn't obi to say ye papa Emmanuel Lama was serving Ghana for a very long time. And then my name is Papa Huatonwa because at a point he was suffering stroke near there. Apart from President Mahama minim and Ubi Mr. Beautiful Beka secretly wasuma sikama echo. And I know the President Mahama Meteneswama, sorry. There are a lot of artists in Ghana, whether actors or musicians, omo yari secretly. It takes President Mahama, even time of war position. Mr. Beautiful, wasuma me discover. If I make a accident, President Mahama esuma currently on a deputy Tema Oil Refinery managing director, Haji Mustafa. So I'm not a former deputy Masloch boss. President Mahama esuma Alhaji Mustafa eba mi fie when I had accident. Ama me kashe Honorable Julius Anyunyam, chief of staff mo SNM me vika krasa me fentonsu. I am talking about President Mahama and certain President Mahama Kurunime. Onime. But so long as so say wosum Ghana ewo kwen bisono. He feels to say his duty bound to support. Since that time, I could afford the president, and also now me fired into one day. Now we be premier, and I'm into watching, and I'm me crew munisa. Oh, actually, someone Asante someone the way to him into be Asante. I mean, me di just say tribalism, not tribalism. Oh, let me come back. But the point I'm making is, Mama yen shas yen kasama the artist. I'm telling you, say man plan say me beka we. Me touch them anasa. And me say na me journalism no. Me who say my offerings is divinely made by God. There are times I me tena konya isu a na nanom honhom ba me so. What I say? Yesu Kristo moja ni tware me. Kwase na nakase. Etiana me tena say am say abofo no. Sa sangene no. Say me nka we. Na tire say ehia artists be papa. And you musicians in Ghana, I'm telling you, learn from Shatawale. Some of you think, say, Shatawale a nuisance. No, I see him as a formidable force, a strong character, a foundation upon whom you can build power. And you hide behind Shatawale. Then we all come together. Then Shatta is leading a crusade. We all support it. We are supported. Ni papa bon nyum fiti me santin besi ne. Ni papa yo bo ayi adia me pe nyina. Eda wani me rade. Bibi sa e fan say. Oh, Facebook free. Adia me pe nyina. Eda wani mo rade. Eda me yare me de tu ani bibi sa. Sa papa yi. I'm sorry, but it got to a time where now say such a man. Oh no. Look, ode mama me yusu me krum. Me wo fa Zibo brothers, mama yusu Pasolo. Me ka se me hwe me wo fa Pasolo was it UTV or one of the stations? Na wo fa kire say enema munye. Pasolo mama Ghana fo ani age okrum ha. Pasolo. Ode he obi to say Isaac. Is it Isaac Owusu? Isaac Owusu and all the Isaac there. Papa B, I think Isaac Owusu also. And you my papa ya bo. That no me who one station na me actually say name and kuyini. And you see the system is and please meaning say abai we young but you be patch say papa this time no you say ebam wadia President Mahama why but whichever. Say I want the minister for tourism and Mama Jifa Gomashi. Mama we there, please. We actor ni bi, an actress ni bi. Eti ye pa chow. And Minimsa was so much passion and love for the industry. Let's build something for the actors. Let's build something for the musicians. And when we talk about creative enterprise now, we even limit to actors and musicians. Those who draw artists. A draw on paper, a draw those guys. They also have intellectual property rights. What do they get? A draw. We are all part of the creatives, even as journalists. We are all part. Chroma, journalists for your country, tan. Muslim say you becano cre. You better you can't cre. Media no cre na make a tram no. There are a lot of journalists who make Ghana free no cre no because look. So Ansah with the Ukuruma, you can never be a proper journalist. Now me your friend say yeah mama car and an undisclosed amount of money. Yes me am into this meji. Na sa ensembu na me ka say galamsey nyan no me join wom. Na me mo min kasa ma. How many journalists can refuse this when I don't have car? Charlie, say enye Yesu pa na Yesu aye ma me mo de share yen ya. Wallahi talai. Na me kura mama kan temo radio su kura bia nkoma ba kwachi. Tira me share da be kan ntimi kwachi. Ya ma. Da bi me kan no kura kire mo. Journalists for wo krom hanum. Yan hwe. You guys don't want to listen to the truth. Okay. Me salary am jiwa ha me baba akuri ntimi ntwe school fees. No se me kan okure. No kure ndi ebeka. But the truth is that we need a certain system. A certain system structured by governance. And untina Honorable Minister Jifa Gomeshi, who also a celebrity, also a player of the industry. Mr. Ankamanenya fese uba kono yankase Jifa Gomeshi mreso ana royalties are yetuyama musicians, royalties are yetuyama actors, yetuyama artists, royalties are yetuyama anybody or what part of the creative enterprise. That should be your legacy, madam. That should be your legacy. We should not limit set portfolios to meetings, inauguration of programs, those things. No. Maybe a minister of state, I don't want to leave that kind of legacy. Say a co-fancy when then I present a position paper. Now inaugurate. No, I don't know. I don't want to be that kind of a minister. No. I don't want to be that kind. If that is what being a minister is about, then I don't want a ministerial appointment. I want to be a minister who will leave a practical legacy. Practical legacy. And minister, people can point and say, me breso and it me away. That is the kind of ministerial legacy I want to leave. Eti Mr. Like I said, we enkanya me plan kurasa me kamu. But me can not say artist be bro baby. Ana a man no name man mun kam humum. Enye na draw say fe. What you say? Tamwa mudi dinsem hunu on social media sa pressure live na mu live. You guys know that you don't have money. Apart from few artists they say Stoneboy, Shatawole, Medical, what are the boys? D-Crime. Sakwadie, hey, landlord wo. Sakwadie. About muniska. Kidi Kronse de niska. Kidi Uska. Kwame Eugene. Kwame Eugene, Kidi, can promise those guys, in terms of talent, they are rich. But in terms of money, they are average artists. Take Shatawole, take Stoneboy, take Sakwadie to Nigeria. Never measure Sika, Nigerian boys in the war. Never measure head. What I say, me, I respect when I own. Because if like Nigeria, their population or numerical strength, a does saying on population here like times, they saw me about saying even over 200, I don't know, million. But you won't check my name in fact rate winning to ya. No, Bianca say I'm misinforming. What I say? Yeah, in Ghana, 30.8, even not 31 million. It is obvious that Nigerian artists, no, Osha shows from the in different part of the state. I mean, Ombenye's Ghanaian artists. But people like Shatawole, people like Stoneboy, people like Landlord Sakwadie, no, they are born in the Fela Makafi Medical. Almost so much. Oh, Medical Niska. Masa Medical Uska Jai. They don't know Medical. They are only 232. So Nigerian population 232 million. That's yeah, India no 32.7 million. And India 30. That's almost 8 times. Oh, Charlie Muma me some of the names of the Nigerian artists. Even this guy, way of the Bibi Baba, or the two Baba. I no crab born nyum first name two face idibia. For no crab or born nyum crab that guy get a lot of money past Ghana. Okay, let's take Davido. No, Davido cried. I'm a person you soon because he comes from a good home. Oh no, besides Davido, no bush for Nankasa no Wuska. But okay, let's say the money is Davido. making in music. Ghanaian artist Ben was casting the video. Is it Shatawale? Shatawale was casting the video. Are you sure? Because Shatawale was go. It is Shatawale the video. Oh boy, Shatawale no. A lot of people like him. Shatawale the momo train in this industry. Amu industry nebe wu. No, but if MTN sponsors, he's being smart. Shatawale is being smart. Okay, we David sir, a guy back we. Whiskey one ampe. So whiskey they no bigger than Davido. And I'm a whiskey in there so no blow it crash and Davido mobile. Whiskey need Davido blow the same time. Dabi me come me say whiskey na me see Davido. And then they will blow Nigeria, but now blow Ghana. You know. So that is one finger. Me pese ye dwene ho na ye ka wasem. Dr. Desmond Kofi Annan so that's about it. And now Kasano, I came to talk about Senia Accra Aisum. And the BIA make a sense way because at least for a very long time Yetimi Enya president or Dogana for a very long time. Inti aya ye kense mwi sene beya ye befa mu aba na aboa ama na mamwonu agina brane. Anokwasa amne se nka say streaming live on Facebook Accra100.5FM. Mesraw take na background na dia change sometime a technical challenge. But the point is that oba hombrase kwanso aya na washe amai. You see, I don't understand the kind of country you want. Ubetimi, I drive a lot of kilometers. No street light. I just can't fathom. In the past 8 years of Nana Akufo-Addo, Menyo Kata, very bad. No illumination on our streets and our roads. Your highways were dark. And we forget quickly, ladies and gentlemen, that there is a direct correlation between dark roads and high rate of accident. Eti accident bebre ekoso because akwanua etwase ya faso akwanu si usum. And you see, I am a case me tell say you want your politics to me you. Ada ya wo ade bia enim political color. And one of the things you wo akwensia. Say Uyusu this Hyundai Kasi Essentine sometime land track there. One here because omono lighting system lanka sana air from 80 ukosia ekwanya street light in Juma any day. These are roads nswa obeko na car bi asay esinifa na tanka bi asay esibenkum. You come when you coach ya de atoso. That be Facebook be. And look, whoever is in charge of the street light of Ghana, you guys wake up. What kind of life is this? How can we live in a country not your capital cities are dark, the roads are dark? Why? What kind of life is that? And you see, Madam Greater Accra Regional Minister, Madam, me say there whole time. The Energy Commission, me nyam whole time. Ministry of Roads and Highways, me nyam whole time. Whoever say a DC, a MC, a mayor, a regional minister, a duty sell be fixing street lighter, you gotta get up and work. No, otu da kuma pamu chao, Ansah ma fixing street light. And I John Dramani Mahama, and send free Jubilee House. And my country say, go and fix the street light. Why did Mr. President appoint you to hold a position? So your minister na ewajuma, identity President Mahama, appointed President Mahama no and send go fix the street light. One of the stretcher war my remua, me drive you and me drive a house na kron forward, Achimota Quay. Sa Achimota Forest no. Fakwa Accra Zoo no one. A man ko bompire ho no. Oh, hon mo bit me free ranum, sa on to get mu a, no ma bie. What agro, obi me via sesia. Because we are a silly. I'm sorry. Come on. What did you for your chair? Over can someone? No, see, because I say, Sabi, you have to quite dear man. Yeah, try Amobia, I watch water forest, and son of mine, Ansah. What kind of a silly country is this? Yeah, you see, I drink a crow. Yeah, you see, I drink any pa, be near any pa, you swagger. Hey, Madam Minister, me name say what you ma, but when I'm here, hey, Greater Accra Regional Minister, no, me te so no crash some time be, or say, or by face this street light be, I shall say, I don't know, mammy, but the report I can give you now, they say, boom, please, if it is your duty, get up. Me fire out. That be, me yes, but me who say, dia, and then the Baba cannot crash now. Say DC be a Juma, mo common fan. What the TV so? Where the Facebook? Can you imagine? I hand me Eva. Aye. Akabuti minya achimota dienwa. Enche mo beti apianka. Apia say achenkwa so odibi. We achim square. Achim si no ne achima boabo. Ye hia. Wo se we de onwa no twaye. Apia. Nana, we that's we na we try ya na.
Omo ye ho adwuma. Eno be ba anu Achimota forest na woka no.
Aye.
On from Uchasa Achimota roundabout na. What they call Achimota overhead ho no.
Yes.
Sometimes they don't na juicy and na ye kwanda ho no mo. Na nyame shira new production team. In fact, ma bringing this issue on board at the right time because over video na ncho mo de beto so no a. Eno me Jesse.
Okay.
CP.
Yes.
We were in one vehicle. Some media na saying Jamiana Matana CP.
Allah said we are going to go so
yes, bro. See, Enra. Yanam Sakwan so.
Okay.
Enra. Nana ye kase. See, when we say ye cano, I say. No. Like
you funny fast one.
Street main road.
Okay, Peter, what's that say no? Hey, highway. Quite case here.
The money you who can send say. You not just what the money you want to say. Yes, because this video me and yeah, in fact, me production for EB News. Lost work and only video. And only Bisa Sanka Yang was say, me bano, Achimota the Uchi. I don't know who try to say much. What I say? Why? Radio so about say kasa so me ya commentary
ma commentary ni bra
o what me am na
bra ye kasa ni free so ye nka hwe ba commentary na comment ma commentary ni bra ni
Abia se apia o mubo
enti ayi aha ya fra asan Achimota forest enti mpanifo tumuntumi nya bibia ampa won se modern kane ane adebesisi street so mamilinda okuru on first street light bi me bobo akakra look mosha o ya kra na usuru
Abia se apia o mubo
enti ayi aha ya fra asan Achimota forest enti mpanifo tumuntumi nya bibia ampa won se modern kane ane adebesisi street so mamilinda okuru on first street light bi me bobo akakra look mosha o ya kra na usuru what the fuck so bad over ahanyina is no light. It's very bad and nobody is talking about it. The other time mamilinda okuru o fire o MMC so say wan say wo mo na den dey wo mo fa light ni ade light ni wen ahanyina yesum ahanso ye main road ye fin kran ba apo adwuma shaha enti so ampa sa ahayi na kromfo bi epie free forest mu da mo hwe forest abujafo mo hwe forest opie free mu ba na obebie wo ka mu okuratuo ni ade a eti onku nyi wa adengo ana onje o kan feel them phone kra ye behi we am ye na bra me ho popo oh eti asem very for aha nyina yesu aha ya achimota overhead ho we ya de achimota over we la pass kwa so ne nam no aha nyina yesu achimota forest it's very bad very for we no be for one
Apia se apia o mubo.
enti ayi aha ya fra asen achimota forest enti mpanifo tumuntumi nya bibia ampa won se modern kanea ne ade besisi
for and mamili de okulu na no woni MBC focus here no o ma wo mo woni bobo bi kura di san wo mo nya de no wa nya de be yiwadi and say no a street no so aye sum no a wonya nka hwe no wo so nya de as a minister
okay ye to asenye kuti
woni bobo bi kura di san wo mo nya de no wa nya de be yiwadi and say no a street no so aye sum no a wonya nka hwe no wo so nya de as a minister
ai eno de na eso sembisa enti ya kwa you see aya na empanyifo no bitinase a wondwene se because of the friendship unti ubi ntimi nkoma samu anodin me ma by way up to 1 year me see po bi opese mahama succeed ya wo kan me kan in fact this stage here kan wo bi bia one person president mahama bet succeed so we minister
no light. It's very very bad and nobody is talking about it. The other time I'm in the okulu o fire o MMC issues and why say wo mo na den dey wo mo fa light ni ade light ni wey aha nyina yesu
Apia se apia o mubo.
enti ayi aha ya fra asen achimota for
Apia se apia o mubo.
enti ayi aha ya fra asen achimota forest enti mpanifo tumuntumi nya bibia ampa won se modern kanea ne ade besisi street is mamili ndo okulu on first street light bi me abobo akakra look Mosha we are kind of sure what the fuck is bad over I had no light. It's very very bad and nobody is talking about it. The other time I'm in the okulu o fire o MMC issues and why say wo mo na den dey wo mo fa light ni ade light ni wey aha nyina yesu aha so ye main road ye fin kran ba apo adwuma sha enti so ampa sa aha yi na kromfo bi epie free forest mu da mo hwe forest abujapo mo hwe forest opie free mu ba na obebie wo ka mu okuratu ni ade a enti onku nyi wa ade ngo ana onje wo ka free sem phone kra ye behi we am ye nya kra me ho popo oh enti asem very for aha nyina yesu aha ya achimota overhead ho we ya de achimota over we la pass one so ne nam no aha nyina yesu achimota forest it's very bad very for we no be for one
enra ya na ayi apia kotwa de
yeah no najo
enra najo ana apia kotwa
yeah
my bomb trimpo and the messages are manya say I should work on this street light thing. Traffic lights are some kind of home later. Traffic lights are some home meter.
And the actually
Honorable Minister for Greater Accra, Mami Linda Okulu, Miss Rao, ye cow say, and Crawfonwa, one woman dikasu won't say about Buana street lights, some Aya Jumano. It can say. Unu koswa erisa kasubu no
sure
because and that made them more to football. I'm telling you. Me, I know the look face they talk. I don't care. At the end of 10,000 and kebi abesa no send for sika. Say dragon go by me.
Sure.
Hey me nyeska se sia me ko say dragon. Baby o bi amehwe na hunu. Wan fa ma me am be kan radio so. Say me boss so so hwe me wan hwe me. Baby, me here bibi say am kwa na say do agungo. You give me. Anya hwe kurenti say payday. Na diamond yen sakoya no won kran kroma.
Sure.
Odi, can you imagine?
I know you.
Mira.
At what for us I'm okay. Sir,
and you won't Ghana a lot of places.
A lot of places.
Sir, street light as okay. Munyaka. Nana, munchaso. I'm telling you, munchaso. At what for us? Street light once and I'm okay. Ye free cancer asemi enye me ba ha no 7 years mu na me we me ba kra no 7 years mu
watch it
we ya ka Sasa me kasina gaga hampo no ye kan ho asem wo hawa kwaso atomata forest ho ebitimi fi wira ni beti sikwam.
That is it.
Ejije nkofo phones mi amanini mehunu bi si etika ma ye kwani ahim obi phone ya wo sa akwa bi na tade agu ni kon ho what is kwani ma obi phone what you
so Saturday
yeah me ka bra na Mr. Speaker wa ha wo ka no
sa che mi
ebe pem ne
of about we need to reset.
Me say na wo come ba ya e kan ye no reset
of any date da ben
and the 17th October 2025
me gina Accra FM citizen show so on the 17th of October 2025 yeah mom how many weeks ultimatum
in fact
yeah mom saying
Nana don't worry we are talking about security matters here and so say a matter of agency
I call yes I'm going to yeah mom 2 weeks
Nana 2 weeks is too much.
No,
Nana, also so. Why so back as what this guy?
No, 2
weeks. Too much, mom. I don't know what saying.
Yeah, mom was saying.
Yeah, mom was saying you need your grocery 2 weeks. Oh, yeah, mom wafu.
No,
okay.
No, 2
weeks saying.
I remember crash.
Appear na me.
Asema ekoso, how ekoso e wat mata forest no. Me kwa me mpodi adumire bi. Na me so sa approach for no won ka ho. Sa akro no bo no. Ya de so bo ni bo wo mo.
Uso akasa, so be ho.
No, police for on pavement na watch water wono. Ya na police for ni biti moto so ya. Christian tete onuba IGP ba ye police for ko won bio.
Me say na na apia. Ene na no to mun susu nkasa. Me say ya kan ma police for mpo no. Edube bi ya bo mo so bo say. Yesu sa police for na wono wa atomata forest no. Sa hwehwem ene krono bo na ko. Bia wo mo nim ho bi. Because some nim ho bia. Ki afiri ka film resante no. Ko mo tu wona mo.
I want us to make a resolution.
Oh,
Sabi, ni enti ameka 2 weeks ni say abayin ye baby procurement. So even though it's a national security matter, you should also understand the bureaucratic nature of our governance structure.
Sure.
Enti na me say, ye mo 2 weeks.
Wow.
We the citizen show. We any other ordinary show. Ye ma me lindo klu. Any MC Achimota force within or no ne catchment area. Minimum MC.
Yeah, but almost one in the home.
Achimota a can't queen of one.
Almost one in the home.
A can't queen.
Nancy Crashes and woman in the home.
How you can't queen central? One name. How you can't queen of Achimota can't queen of Ladi. Teresa. I win. On my MP. When I say a simple case,
I'm money. I'm
say friend Teresa.
Or your battle money.
You say friend Mommy Teresa.
It's too bad
because I have followed Teresa Winia. She's done a lot of giftings. Even that say Achimota Hospital, the Impani Nyama, she's been doing that. It's a ban I'm sure says mom 2 weeks. But you see, the direct agent of development, usually entire MPs, the MCs who are representing the president.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes.
The municipal assemblies and the district assemblies near them. Sometimes I'm focus now on the central government say I buy JM. Now all the service have internally generated funds there, not yet. A suman drama for na ya pahobamba.
If you say 24 hours crowd.
That's my catch us and the whole and the Ghana for be free.
That is it's because of the procurement structure.
You're the Ghana for be free.
I agree.
And that's what I was a lad on first thing. I'm seeing you someone. MP no I'm Teresa, there's what I was about Nabasunia. And you're break. As a messy, you're pencanian to manemo to know why I'm not saying
I agree with what you are saying. Come on, but we should also understand government structure. And yes, a national security matter. But say you not procure bomba, it must go through procurement. You ever say we crumple tender because of its emergency nature. It's you buy back near the money papa prefer say so you ever say source. At least it must go through some documentation and some signage. And say yet be more ample time of 2 weeks. Now I'm pa sanya appear can and can you say 24 hours simple. Near team of 2 weeks. Not 1 week 2 weeks now odia ahinkan can say odia sempa apuma su mensa. Now not to that appear some better after 2 weeks. That's them fixing street light now. And no dear.
No do.
Them can't
walk on street light once any tema motor in this way.
A Honsonia.
Nana motorway no so and so me say ya ka ho asem ma kanka na ko me penfona ya show masim de ha mo wo somebody di me no mother. Yes, I see them.
That be no money didn't mean na ya.
Because
SFT street light.
Because how Tema motorway kwan so asem. Efa silent one asem. Ya kan ana afa ma me fa ba konto aso. Sa traffic light na eno so ewo police headquarters won.
I hold mo so mfa.
Me matesi ya say approach from pen fan head aka che. Wo mo hwe sa tuli asen so munum no. Hey,
for what?
I'm telling you say because I didn't ana light out do nyina ya adwuma. Na police headquarters what ye no ko ade. Ye dum no ye timi traffic mu ana 1 hour 2 hours e wo ho na police for gina ho. Ba ma kro man sam he me sim pen from do we so me dum ya no madao.
Mate yes identity to ayi mensa. E ho no mo so yes e fa. E ho no so street light dey so nya adwuma.
Mo dey adwuma.
O just say.
Mo adwuma. You're uninvited, but you see, we have privileges. And let's not abuse it. I disagree with you. That you are giving the minister or MP 2 weeks. You see? Or the government 2 weeks. I disagree with you.
That's it. That is it.
I come. Any home, nada. If you are not a person, yet in Kraha, Temamoto way for the past 8 years.
8 years. Never done something about 7 years.
For the past 8 years, street light and Yajuma.
Confirm
major streets in Accra. Now street light and Yajuma. Most of our highways in Accra, now street light in Yajuma.
Yes.
I didn't hear you giving a Kufuado or the then minister, a regional minister, or energy minister or MCE giving them ultimatum like you are giving the government ultimatum. Say Greater Accra regional minister or Henewa regional minister being our bar within this short period of time. What me amount street light more than that this woman.
We are not seeing them.
Wait now. You see, same thing. I'm saying now, car. Now the minister not one more. No tia. No being genuine.
You see.
Oh yeah,
take your phone. Just go out, take your phone.
Don't
go. Now, a number of street lights are Greater Accra regional minister.
Of the city.
Greater Accra regional minister within this short period of time
of the city.
What me amount in Greater
Accra? Of the city.
You are not even aware. To sit here to say you are not even aware. It means you don't even know.
No. What I am aware of. You
can raise issue, create awareness. You cannot give the woman 2 weeks
so this
or 3 weeks.
You cannot. I'm told say MC Honorable Christian Tete Baja.
Okay.
Honorable Christian Tete Baja. And Adia Huntoye and Untina MPs, ministers, any DCs be breeding some Mukuma. And Untibasa. Mamene ya down for mamene who ye can cry at to me. Some mamene or down for
nobody is downplaying the job that the minister, the honorable minister is doing. And minister
critical reasoning.
I'm
trying to tell you what the woman has been doing. What's why, madam?
One by one.
It means
It is all in the interest of our country, Ghana. Oh, tell me back. Papa, and you know, but Honto. Poster no the better now. It seems as a defense. It's neither here nor there. Me the defense I'm interested. What I'm interested in is me near who I be. And you know person boy is John Dramani Mahama no research your mind. And say about papa no research your mind wa. Dear Chamacham, who told to me that can say Nanado pension and create awareness. Yam fire and street light on to see a back say Mahama and I say the ministers and then the MMDCs and normal faces street light. You
don't have right.
Why
to give the government ultimatum?
We have. We have.
If you have that right, if you think you have that right,
let's present this case.
For the past 8 years, this place I cannot street light now. What did you do to Akufo-Addo?
Unless you also don't know. Unless I want to also
if you think you have what you do for the past 8 years?
What I did to Akufo-Addo.
If you think that you have that power, to say who give you a ultimatum, it means you have the power to sanction the person. And I'm you don't have that power in your pocket. Akufo-Addo and ministers, Omubaha, 8 good years. Achimota Gimpa Road, Achimota Hospital Road, and Crawford, lack of street light. What did you do?
Bro.
If you think that happen to give somebody ultimatum,
citizens watch some morning shows, bro.
What did you say?
And so man, anything I make at all.
Very good. You don't give ultimatum.
Oh
no.
Okay, so maybe hold on. No, I mean, from the angle he's coming from. Also 129 streets fixed with light in 50 days. Greater Accra Minister pledge more actions. And see, we hunto eka. Meba. I'm coming. I'll give you time. Meba. Oh, I'm coming. Oh, yeah, do more. Meba, bro.
The Muslim use the correct.
No, use the correct term. Don't use any other.
Use the first question I'm asking.
So no, March 27th.
Very good.
March 27th. You see, it is so unfortunate and sad. Say a seasoned journalist like my brother here in a year, it is so sad. You want ActionWith forest, which sits in the heart of Accra. Not street light in 1 year car. You say, Article 1+1 of the 1919 Constitution says sovereignty lies in the people.
You need right to
ultimatum. I am repeating this, Madam Minister. I am giving you 2 weeks.
And we stand by it.
Respectfully, 2 weeks. We want to see light illuminated on the Achimota Stretch. And next we will come back. And Yankabe Otudaku versus Unto. And young country minister said, young country minister said, we don't want more Pobia Senchen.
Oh, yes.
We are not here to I'm building a point. Maybe come but the opposite and say, Madam Minister Lindoklu. You has ever chosen the one I know. I don't know. No. Let's not entertain that. Forget it. And say, me point na joa traffic na me disono. I sumo hono. A security threat to my life. And to me the moment here my Ghana phone we say and one to one amount if they are ready to reset Ghana. And then you tell me penny for say man twam nya ka no. Ye mo ho ban. That's all. Thank you.
You say this is democracy.
Yeah.
I'm expecting
sure.
For me to make my points. Man can say you don't have any right to draw government attention when there's something wrong. But what I told you, what I was telling you, you don't have that power or right to give ultimatum. Giving ultimatum, it means a minister
You hold the power to sanction her.
Yes, I'll sanction her.
But you don't have that power.
I have that power. You can't be misinformed.
When you were talking,
I have that power.
When you were talking, when I was here, say you were making sense, and I mean, can't.
But when himself was making sense.
You see, also not you making sense. Let me finish. We are not a tier 4.
Let's give Ansah the benefit of the doubt. Yeah.
Make a say we can draw attention. Government problems we have. You don't give ultimatum. Because you and I don't have power to sanction that minister or to even sanction it. Because the minister, no, he works for who? Government. So if the government fails, you cannot give
they don't understand.
You should know better. They all come there.
When you were talking, I kept quiet.
When
you were talking, I kept quiet. I have a few minutes and I'm catch you said this Greater Accra regional minister I in front of Hinewa. Mami will buy less than a year. The number of street lights are one mountain and making sure say a sumo wa Accra and so but will be any bidder. What here? Who you news? Oh, bra. If you think you have a superior argument, just keep quiet. When you get your turn, you make your superior argument. What here? We are journalists. They be able to compete at you. We are news. One year away, say minister we buy one mountain one street light. What here?
Okay,
you've just exposed your ignorance, and it means you are not even current when it comes to security and these matters. What here? Also tell your newscast. What Namia presenter here? 1 year where say minister we buy one mountain one street light. Mekacho producer say on Google.
Did we even no? Oh, Mr. Jamako. Did we even say minister Ansah street light Bakokrama? I want to know. Don't put words in my mouth. Me guess minister Ansah street light Bakokrama.
When you get your you will be can. 1 year where who producer Fafun wa Google story ne da ho. One car EV street or car number of streets. Over 129 streets in Accra within this short period of time. What Timiama and Kania Abaho. But for whom I be a minister for almost 7 months, 1 year work, said my own. What's your Kunyakasium? Nana or 2 hour Kanyas as and why any tear campus. What's your Kunyakasium as a host? For the past 7 months, Manu be a minister. You are not even aware. Say, Washa Siakra Mountain Street Light or Miami. When I was drawing attention to it, instead of you to just listen to wisdom, you were just showing. Showing how arrogant you are. Say you say it has never happened. Then you have the guy to even ask me, say, if I need this street light, Nkosi, who's our problem? That's what true for us. Me dancing you are blue. Okay. Who produce a link?
So point. So Sammy, point for me.
So you and
Sammy,
that we have opportunity no. What you have to
Sammy,
do
point me.
Minister now said you because oh minister.
Sammy,
what's your
minister now you are done for. So you try everything possible to defend her.
Achimota Forest one no. And why you who papa?
Did you even listen to them? Come on now. Assassin from
oh, come on. In fact, I'm off your mind. Obi Bia will follow me. Ebekai say, Minister Eshasie, Minister Eshasie, say opposite or yes street lights. You must be Ebejnanum. Eka send your Minister Eshasie, Ebebwa.
Yes,
Yakai. And yet, Huntona Bema, a tear for who na no to that way. You have just exhibited your ignorance. The fact said, Yama latitude. Ama wakan't what are you talking about? Street light in Achimota, the heart of the city. What's the matter? Can was because 27th March, Minister Confessi, street light will baby. But mumram 55. Tolerating.
The American is a mini, why are the man who am did he can say
who said
American? Yes. Mamma Linda Okulu be an so I said you must say. Yeah, well, yeah, Juma. Yes. Didi kan obi antra fidie so nkasa mamre ba won hye adwuma se de ye kan say street light ye beboa me ehunu krom na nipa bone ni firi sumba na oba beta ke ani a ye betimi enya bambo wansam ne ye kan nya bo tra ba kan ye hunto awmi yankasa hunto mi yankasa
na wo ya we ba
hunto hunto we asa wo se program no hunto wo se program No, me wian ma sorry akọ. Die mi ni akan eye me ya. Ene say, o pese o chese eye ni yenim de ye ye. Wo so no de wo ye. Ya wo de atum say ma me na fix no. Che baby ba ko pe. Ya ma me de ade ni because when to me anchire.
Allow him. I'm giving you a lead to read. You are
being intolerant. Allow him.
Listen. Ehin fana ma me ba ko kura ko si ye kire ye ni o wona wo so ni ana ase ye yen central for die ni o ye te fa ko ana ye te computer ni wo a wonim ya wo bo defense no chese bia atimota ne hwena no ana e bia ahya ma ne hwena no ana odi bi kwasi wentumi antie ba ko mpo ana wo kasa gbegbegbegbegbe sa just that wo bi nkasa ma me o ye adwuma wo yes see and we are yes enti say where me kan yanko no enti me nya hunte me nya hunta ma me rap me nya hunte
the woman
me nya hunte wo kasa no okay enti me nya hunto me pa chow ma me wo ye adwuma de ye kan say
you didn't know until I tell you.
Why? Yeah, can you say? We've been cast my in Yajuma. Yapanic show. So go so why Yajuma. Nampa was what the street light will call baby dia. And ya Yapanic show.
Still doubting.
Yapa show. Achimota forest ho.
Still doubting.
Achimota forest ho. Ewo Accra100.5FM. One Fabian Kosuo. One Fabian Kosuo. My na fei. Tamamoto we no so. Wa ba wudi tum sa ampa ho no esum. One Fabian Kosuo mama will be ankasa when you adwuma wo ye ne yebo abaso na emom ya wodo ayatere we bomodi anse wo de kwa Kosuo mama will be an town ye nya ye do se de hunto kasa na do Kosi ama no aha enti ye mama mfansia apia
mami ya kokra no ye da area hontase se wa ma ya tie ase se ye de tie yeah was establish say mama na name say empenase but me make can say easy or say ti
hey you say no I will not allow you to continue man can't just say time no one I can say because me defend my meaning no or ya madam for and I'm say so ya madam for they automatically wo ya netan for
amenya wonto na beka kire
for no him say street light here adwuma na enya adwuma
enya wonto na beka kire tiefo say ana beka kire me say me nim kra say ma me no make an attempt ana say bia street light bi o ba bia wa fese me ba ba bi o kan no graphic online
Ose ma me wa fix it 129 street light. Okay. Ebi from Tetekwashi to Kaswa. Me, I am a resident of Kaswa. And from Mala. Mala stretch and so. Edeko Kaswa. Honto otu light bako krani ho. Light bakumpo.
Okay, Beba. Ose from Tetekwashi. Ose from Tetekwashi. Ose from Tetekwashi to where?
Kaswa ewo yini.
Tetekwashi. Ose from Tetekwashi to Kaswa.
Afei, we are no free one more. We are no free one.
From Tetekwashi.
Baby, ene asemi na akwabae no. From Atimota stretch ne so forest so. Ede kwa me Kaswa. Fa la pass nkwantempo no so no. Wana si aye. Wana si aye. Ade ye lefra. Yenyaye. Yenyaye. Na ni nyina nkamfu ano. Awia ya matena se ye be go bi hu fi o. Ana ye be se obi adwuma o. De tie ne se. Sa heart of Accra na ye kan. Enkran ha miamia kase a ba bi a traffic bope so a manfo gina no ne ade. Ni nyina kan meeting na una na otu no producer munyansa mu. Mama sa topic we ni discussions we buy. Ani ye ka ho asem. Enti se ho to betena no be ka kire se. Ultimatum na ye de ama lende okulu ne mpamfo no. Ye ni sa tumi ni se ye de ma no a. Na ho to akasa so mu Accra fmetiefo. Because tumi no. Ye de ma excellency John Dramani ma.
David, yes, one governance
strategy. He's a learned. We citizen journalist as well.
Another person will be like this. Another person.
Enti no se ene obetra ha na be ka say ye ni sa tumi ni say ye be busa na say be mo ultimatum a gracious me.
Gracious you very well. So that is it. Live on Accra100.5 FM. Citizen show. Macho Obia Canada we. Hunto no besa ba dabi Obia Canada we. So that is it. My Uber Facebooker Raymond Andre Padoshkas was na ask Hunto if he's aware that the greater Accra regional minister promised to make sure all street light works in 90 days. She has failed in doing that. And you are saying what? The Accra Central Business District street lights are working? It's a long story. To us. We say, we free Nemia to Abu Dosi Hunto. You are too no. Wakan. I feel so Vivian Pong. Or say good morning. William Azlaku Osunto, please. Allow others to talk. Oheneba Roy Osunto, you are becoming arrogant. Shut up, bro. And you make na one family before me. No matter what making come out. Say na hwe me na say Richard Aqua. I say sometimes if you allow Hunto to finish, you understand him. DGH or say fire. Kwesi watchere. I say what is wrong with Hunto? Elizabeth Fojo or say aye piso. Jemila to Mohammed. Yenti na class prefect Becca. Or say Hunto, I really like you anytime you're on air, but for this I'm disappointed. What can I say? Akwawe. Mami Osa, I say too noisy. I like my heart. I say please stay calm, Richard. Also, a lot of messages there. But Yama Ghana phone sumrem. Na omunchiro madwene on this matter. Mr. Enya ye. Mobile muno enye ateni. Ye nyina we want something to be fixed. Enuntina ye minister no maintain baby. If this minister fix it, we will come here and fix it. And say it's a wetimi aye 0302 208090. First caller. Hello. Oh, sorry. Forgive me. Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Yes. Good afternoon. Dini baby free. Kejagum.
Hello.
Epacho to asugane to you.
Mpacho ma hun so enti asese. Waba radio station so ye adwuma baby. Anu waba radio station on tun be o se no tetemu. Ekire ni nkofo ni so mu kan ni sudan ni so mu kekan no wanya de so opa mu chew ana secondary ni opi ebri abedu Madina. There's no one street like area Juma or kwan we so we no de hunto hu ya na baby o see mamina ye Juma no efi ebri ebedu adenta no we hu say almost 8 years ni like akọ of kwan we so hunto enu de on kan wan say or a shop independence in a program so one year first to them cry.
Yo, Mr. Medas say watch the wadwene also betimi abaso na watch the wadwene. Hello?
Yeah.
Me batho din ba be free yanko.
Nyame aso nje ka mo nyina yewi. Within the Rose Queen of the Airways me wa Shama Leba.
Hey, Rose yanko.
Me nua komanda. Sa unim se obi didi wo hini atem na wanti na wo kɔbɔ na mane a wa wo bɔ na mane wo na wo didi na atem.
Okay.
Nti obi a wo send message didi hu to atem na wo kan no ye wo na wa ye santi wanya de.
Oh, hu to de me nua o. Me nti me nya ne sa.
Me ti ase de me ti ase komanda. Na komanda. Honorable Linda oye ni femu de. I hope say sika no anya ni potom sika no de beye djuma no. Ji say the sika man wansa na ono so beye de ese fata o geta Accra. Enti de me mesre ne say mutwi na adwen ase so say o hyebo senti aka ha ne aha ombo mori no nkoye. Enti Honorable Linda geta Accra regional minister yesro wa na wo hyebo say uba minister geta Accra ha ebe hu street light bebre ba obedia. Enti yesro say dark no moto we no so no edoso wo ho enti bomode na cost satellite no nyina e wo ho maye adwuma de wo ye bi wo ye wa fam de bet ye twi wadwi e de ase so nyame nkyira mo nyina
okay nyakopo nhyira pa ya das 0302 208090 hello me batho udini baby afrefre
Porto Court ni so utu
what's that
Mr. Court so utu
Mr. Court yanko
yo me mama iko ni ezapa mo ye hunto itawasem na wa mama di hu ya pa mama me di hu ya because me di hu ya because ya who say the part ayeduma ya se tira wa utumi tire wow adere ya nya ya for many ye sa APP4 subai no a ya pero ya pebu endisimu because who say obu ni okwa say obu ma minister no ultimatum akofo ado o he bi ko kache say school die obdesi na minister dey say oba no ultimatum na ya nya ya bufu akufado do uso kasa tia akufado ade tebe ya Bobie ultimatum so ya du kwase Bobie to ene so du akufado nya subai ba ku na ra ko pese bu ko no me fira won to be peda sem nyame bi wa ma ne defend. Thank you
very well. Thank you yan for hello yes I'm batho din baby afrefre yanko.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, your family is
yanko.
Okay, the program maybe mama a society. Na pacho na mpese ni sese Accra forest e ye hona mo kanana.
Accra forest.
Pacho forest ni kasa o mo so mo aton.
O ma ton. Da bi o yen ton Accra forest.
Sa. Okay, na pacho me that.
Okay, yo, me so me dance. Hello?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Jam, mama nchira madwen. Ya zi you.
Me pacho ye be na wase na ye fe me rejoice.
Okay, rejoice yanko.
Na otu da ko o sister on do me commercial bank on.
Oh, rejoice not to say.
Nyame adom. Me pacho Accra forest e street light ya mo kan wase. Am papa me fa pa me ti do me yes ma kan to me. Nti me ta fa ho pa na e ho yesu. E to da dia unya ka. Nti ye fa ka Accra ka ni bi ekosi. Ansah na ya nante akọ police station akọfa ka. E ho yesu pa e besre. Akonfo no mo ta ki enua mema ni titu laptop ni ade. Ye ka street light e besre ye enua be ma ho to se. Ye papa jo mama se resetting. Nti de etwemu no. Omo ma reset omo etwemu akọ ena enkan ekwan no se dọọso nti se e ma me no why 100 ahia me ye sure say be 10% and 20% e wo Greater Accra yes throw omo ho ye ha e wo street light no so no mo fixing we so asedi omo betimi a omo pe security because gal boys na e omo twitwa ahoma no etwetwe e ma street light na e boho enso na enso.
Yo, me pacho me dasi. Yan fa for hello.
Doctor. Na no to da ko me the doctor na me free.
Yes, GTech phone to me nyam he. Frame me doctor enko.
Me no.
Enko.
Niya. She Samuel Hunto. Send Mr. Court kai no. Ye best free journalist no. Muni hu a mo ka no kure. E bi ti se Hunto. Any nana otudako onto ne de ase wo ya chia go pool no
ka no kura chia no wachia na ase wachia no kura to pese e be hye ye nyina ye pese president Mahama ne NDC ediyie na
say and come back with say kura and my by with one. Ye who nya yanka. Ye jai say my question to come my ja. Untop kakra ma me dia shame ho. It is a hunto from kura na me ba radio so we say me count to anymore. Oh, na me dey now over the bar. E ba sa me pe hunto yie. E wo say me tire say krachi me pe wa sempa na ne wo ye we die adabraka. Aha, what that?
Maybe I will support hunto do ashama. Me support because
back pass.
They won't talk and I need just 10 months money. They make an automatic. And I'm a man who's on traffic could be our team. And I tell the car, I say, MC BT Binu and Bomb Modi because the assessor or Muya de Buano or Munya Farm Buano. What I say, everything, Mamma did obey my no Gusua or de Bois. Everything I say, almost soon I say, or Muya de Bois, Mamma, almost soon I found Bois, Mamma, no Mamma Codini. Maybe to face much Mamma Codini, media, they won't talk at me for 200%.
Okay. Yeah, that's it. Say also support to no. Yeah, for. Hello. Me bacho yanko yanim. Udini baby afraid.
I think Hunto is right. You see, at times we are too harsh. What Hunto is saying is right. You see, if somebody is taking just 7 or 8 months to face Sam, what that is not doing, the person is doing it. We cannot ask the person to use just less than 1 year to face all light. It's not possible.
I'm not sure that is what we are asking. We're saying that Achimota falls within the catchment area that specifically could refer to as the heart of the city. So such a place should not go down unnoticed. That's what we are saying.
You see? So at times we have to exercise patience.
Very well. Very well. He's my brother, so don't worry. Hello?
Hello?
Me patrol din baby free.
Patrol, your friend is now focus. Because after I go back to
me patrol me into free station. Hey, Kotudra, yanko.
Patrol, yeah, Catherine on Tosa, on frame in a bon come away. You penny movement. When you ask me Bermudia, Yamishamu, I am pa. I say, you know, young come boom, a bine way, no man, to my power, person, yeah, now, my Ghana. Then Connie, street lights in Mumudia, baby, and yet. This is a big card. This say, "Hey, I'm only security for bimu, and I don't know if you are monitor nyama bimu. Obumu to tell one who form. When we say street light then, and a traffic light then, you know, almost to tell form. Go for a tokro mucha. Yen, obimu may fire example. Ning na account from Madina na for do outside one in a street light, and yet you ma papa Prime Minister. Onshore Romano. DC for no can be last time they say Mumbuano Musumunchi baby I didn't you want no man information no to me a jumano now yes DC near assemblyman for Mumbua government way then a jumano and queen bye bye. Yeah, that's it. Say how you can queen of Achimota Hono Honorable Christian Tete Badger and MC. Hello. Me patrol didn't baby afraid from me into you.
Me didn't go. Alexa go see.
Say say na me who miss call kra.
Me na me for so afrepa me ni nye so. Me nya code bi but me pe say hunto ye nyina ye wo Ghana no. Aba na ye to aba say ye pe say ye hu sisai. Ye mpe comparison bia say Akufo Addo obi anka hwe ankyere no. Anu ti na mamu no wagu ne party no. Ye be ka no kre. Wonya ni sini nkyɛn obi a wonya spokesperson. Stop that. My yankasa. What? Okay, onkum nkrofo wokwa no so ansa na ye hu se bibi ko so ana. Adana mo ebinum mo yesa. Aden. Oh.
Okay, very well. We are espousing ideas, so but anyways. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, we have far better records now, if I see.
Hello, Chawa.
Yes, but to me and you.
Oh, but good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Name? Where are you calling from, please?
Me very patient.
It you.
But Ghana, and I make you Africa. You won't be more people are see every Nisa time here. After 9 months and not 10 months. That Bobie to me the 3 months. Let me see about who am I we bet you. What are they? We see 3 months and now for my job. or yes, if you are by my bit, be the CFA 10. By your mom, would you want to your mom make a mom make a yeah, and because you end this for Charlie, Omuche, yes, Romo. There's no way as a media, and link us into one who depend on obey no one intended. That's 2 years now, 3 years now, no, they say CFA, nay, they yes, Romo.
Thank you. Yeah, for last two calls. Hello. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Kuntomadi ni huya pa. Adi kuntom huya. Ani say.
Pacho ode hunto.
Okay, hunto. Kuntomadi ni huya. Yana sani ya udi feet standing on the program na depa. Let your yes be yes and no be no. What I say? Sani we bam ha yisu. Baby akani a wo pe connection effect na he odo connection if one new bridge no my no.
Yeah.
New bridge no my connection. O hope na who say light wo. What I say? Nya ka nyina etum. And I face street na ka say na so no. Ento kronkwa. Ya temas antom koduma na. Temas no mu koduma empon. Some koduma pon. It is a cut of 10 months, you know, be kind or 3 months, 2 years get the sedan. Nothing to watch 10 months. This other, let's say, and Katanka to say, and the date to see the owner. See a 2 bar, we are sure saying this is about Mudana. People for Buffo. Oh, go for Buffo. Who cannot be I said, on to life, no, Momonka. Ramoncoso.
Very well. I wish we could take so many calls because we see Sebi Bripesom but time is no friend. Let's pick our last caller, our guest having it. Hello, Bachodin Babia Free. Free Achimota.
And yeah. Nyamaka India no crabet me support to Samuel Topa.
Okay, me patch you.
This is the MP for no more dear one. A Juma crown no more. Eh?
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so that is it. My intro home briefly. Ye ba abegya for Accra100 na ye di enkomo fast like I say my bills microcredit. So my so yasne ye do mase afi Go TV eno ana brunyan ye di ehwe ye ni so ewo ye fiefiem ni office brunyan so ye di Gini rice and ye di into ko abontia na wape Gini rice e kan for snake for and so adwuma amount say who did you know now the be at one until you need to have a pension scheme with SNET. Village Herbs Clinic so as you are saying and area domasi bro then Samsung come for up to date estate and construction amount skaka krebi ubenya sase T74 Mr 2074 Mr and I say ubi enum esa enyarewa bebre MTN is everywhere you go Mr Okoso use momo no na ubehu anesika udu ababegu phone so so who said the luckiest in so memoska agobo to my fe ye ka on so say Yakopon yadomo a fiada 24th October 2025 class media the jumedi be hye so hanomo a breast cancer 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. afi fiada 31st October 2025 no Kanishi market outside broker 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. presenters are upama sem na pesu home ho nyina wetimi home midin de nana otu dako me entwe ho ye ba e besan ahye patu aso stay
mi yela mo adowa akema dani machoga na manyenye lo wose che atake manye ni esa ni no kochion la monen.
I thank you and happy birthday to all of us. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Gabonese Republic, Head of State and Head of Government. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At this 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, I'd like to speak about Africa's role in the future of this organization. However, it's impossible to do that without first considering the collective role that Africa played in its founding, which was small and relatively insignificant. Of the 51 member states involved in the founding of the United Nations in 1945, only 4 were African: Egypt, Ethiopia, Liberia, and South Africa. It is important to point out that the United Nations came into being in the aftermath of World War II because of the inability of its predecessor, the League of Nations, to avert a large-scale global conflict, which had been its guiding purpose when it was founded in 1920 at the end of the First World War. Out of the 42 founding member states of the League of Nations, only 3 were African: Liberia, the Union of South Africa, and Ethiopia. Egypt was to join later in 1937. Africa's overall participation in the organization's founding was minimal and relatively unimportant. That's because before all the other talks and meetings, representatives from a group of 14 nations gathered in Berlin for a series of discussions that began in 1884 and which led to the partitioning and formal colonization of the African continent, which is also called the Scramble for Africa. It has famously been written that past is prologue. Well, in the past, the majority of the 54 nations that now comprise Africa were never offered a seat at the table where plans for a new world order were being drawn. But, Madam President, as fate would have it, the tables are turning, and Africa's role in the authorship of whatever is yet to come for this world is going to be huge, and it will be consequential. According to this organization's own projections, by the year 2050, more than 25% of the world's population is expected to come from the African continent. Additionally, by 2050, 1/3 of all young people aged between 15 to 24 will be residing on the African continent. So you see, the future of this world is African. Allow me to say this once again a little louder for those of you in the back. The future is African. Already today, Africa is a catalyst for human potential and development, as well as for economic reform and ecological stability. Africa is a catalyst for systemic change. If this reality, which is fact-based and straightforward, seems provocative or unsettling, perhaps it's because you are viewing it through the lens of centuries of filters, colonialism and imperialism, and the resulting implicit bias. Maybe you are unaware of the resilience of African nations or their remarkable ability to make a strong comeback just when you think it's safe to count them out. That is what is happening right now in my own country, Ghana. Our constitution limits leaders to 2 4-year terms. In January, I was sworn in for a second term, which, let me point out, was non-consecutive with my first term. Our currency, the Ghana cedi, was rapidly depreciating, faced with rising inflation, a huge debt burden, and low morale amongst our citizens. My new administration settled down quickly and embarked on an ambitious program of comprehensive transformation designed to restructure Ghana's economic foundation and enhance our competitive standing globally. We refer to this process of recalibration as our reset agenda. In just 8 months, we have achieved significant reduction in inflation from 23.8% in December 2024 to 11.5% in August 2025, restoring price stability for our citizens. Additionally, our currency, the Ghana cedi, has appreciated considerably against other currencies, with Bloomberg reporting it as the best performing currency in the world at one point. Our improved sovereign credit rating reflects increasing investor confidence in our economy, and our 24-hour economy initiative promises to transform our economy. And there's a renewed willingness amongst our people to trust that their elected officials have Ghana's interests at heart and that we're progressing together. Madam President, I believe that in honor of this milestone celebration, the United Nations should also embark on a process of serious recalibration and establish its own reset agenda. Since the organization's founding, the number of UN member nations has nearly quadrupled. And quite frankly, it is not the same world that it was back then when the UN was formed. I mentioned earlier that I began my second non-consecutive term as president this past January. My first term ended in January 2017. In that span of time, 8 years, the world has changed with such ferocity. My first days in office after my return felt as though I had just awakened from a Rip Van Winkle-style sleep. Now, no, that was only after 8 years. Imagine then what it will be like after 80 years since the founding of the United Nations. In 1945, the sun had not yet set on the largest empire in history. The most common mode of international travel was by sea. The personal computer had not been invented, let alone made portable. And television, a new convenience, was still in its infancy, albeit in black and white color. Relations between the US and the Soviet Union were turning frosty, with Winston Churchill declaring that an iron curtain has descended across the European continent. Fast track 80 years on, in today's world, hundreds of thousands of commercial flights take off and land every day. Libraries have been digitized so that volumes of literature can exist on a small device, small enough to fit inside your pocket. We live in a world of cryptocurrency, artificial intelligence, social media, the internet and its dark hidden dungeon of the dark web, all of which carry a potential threat to global peace and security. Climate change is real, and we're fighting a losing battle against the loss of Maldives and other island nations to the rising sea level, against the loss of Timbuktu to desertification, and the Amazon forest to global warming and deforestation. Madam President, the UN Founding Charter is outdated when it comes to representation in this August Assembly. The most powerful post-World War II nations are still being rewarded with an almost totalitarian guardianship over the rest of the world. And yet, the first sentence in Chapter 2, Article 1 of the UN Charter declares that the organization is based on the principle of sovereign equality of all its members. If this were true, and was the case, a continent as large as Africa, with its numerous UN member states, would have at least one permanent seat on the Security Council. Furthermore, we believe that veto power should not be restricted to only 5 nations, nor should it be absolute. There must be a mechanism in this House for the General Assembly to challenge a veto. No single nation should be able to exercise an absolute veto to serve its own interests in a dispute. In 1995, during the 50th anniversary of the United Nations, Nelson Mandela stood in this very spot, and he said, "The United Nations has to reassess its role, redefine its profile, and reshape its structures. It should truly reflect the diversity of our universe and ensure equity among the nations in the exercise of power within the system of international relations in general and the Security Council in particular." I close quotations. 30 years later, we African leaders are still making the same simple request for a permanent seat on the Security Council with the power of a veto. So today, Madam President, I stand here in this exact spot and ask the world, if not now, then when? We demand not only a reform of the Security Council, but also a reset of the global financial architecture, which is currently rigged against Africa. Africa must have a greater say in the world's multilateral financial institutions. And while I'm making requests, I'd like to call for the removal of the blockade on Cuba, As Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, our nation's founder, famously said, we seek to be friends with all and enemies to none. The Cuban people shed their blood on African soil in the fight against apartheid. And indeed, Cuba has been and continues to be a faithful friend of Africa. You see, the very fact that I can stand here and ask these things and say these things, and the fact that all nations can ostensibly gather here to address critical global issues, air our grievances, and express our concerns, that is what makes the survival of this organization so important. In every old city or village, you will find a town square, or a courtyard, or a plaza that once served as a gathering space for the citizens of the community and their leaders. Meetings and celebrations were held there, as were trials and elections. And these were spaces that brought people together and held them together as a community. Sadly, time and technology have eroded these spaces. Madam President, in many ways, the United Nations is the proverbial town square of our modern global village. And it has never been more critical for us to protect this one space that brings and holds the world nations together as a community. The internet, social media platforms, and artificial intelligence offer us the illusion of connectivity, when in fact what they do is reinforce isolation by using algorithms that ensure that we do not receive new ideas and perspectives, but rather more of the same content. We are served alternative facts and manipulated images, making it easy to disseminate disinformation and sow seeds of division amongst communities. Madam President, these are dangerous times. Our world is currently experiencing a rise in nationalism and economic instability. There's a general breakdown of multilateralism. Various acts of aggression have been committed against the sovereignty of others, and nations are attempting to circumvent the very safeguards that were put in place to prevent large-scale global conflict. These conditions are all too similar to the ones that led to the League of Nations' failure in fulfilling its mandate. The denial of visas to President Abbas and the Palestinian delegation sets a bad precedent and should be deeply worrying to all member nations of the United Nations. Ghana recognized the state of Palestine in 1988 and supported a two-state solution to the conflict since then. And I say, contrary to the claims of some, a two-state solution would not be a reward for Hamas. It would rather be a reprieve for the hundreds of thousands of innocent women and children and people who are facing collective punishment and forced starvation for no reason other than the fact that they are Palestinian.
Right, we see for anti Jumedina na Yuguswa yede broad citizen show and if you day Ebeka can say o man in Chichira na Yuguswa yede broad abajofo at nase Miami nua Sami Hunto ewa ha broadcast journalist original TV and Udini Juma titu na ewo sanso na Yira Ebu Backman or deputy director of communication Edema United Party womo anthem and na etwegu no edu ha mema na to kakra na fi ya hwese dia jumedie no eko Yira Samson Awingo Betin so ewa ha we national chairman Edema PNC amanyokio no ti abedwofo ameno mu ebe ye dwuma no enne awie enna mabobo mudin edi achewo enua bema mu host na no to dako o fa dia ba yen kanesa enti me tirimu ama no na sese bibia akokama kama benifo me mama kwa ba
ya doc apomi ade
doc ya jodo papa
radiasi movement for change for the kwa
papa you to your transition
ya we look na da hon na efe ya efe basa so no bi yamu doctor
yes sir
akaka kra start your protest
say
because Ghana hana me buy no menim se me young man nti anante na national chairman ya yo mo 1-on-1 ya mfa mo baba to your friends saying panel discussions. Me who be what NDC, me who be what MPP, me who was CPP, me who be what if I have fun to buy another crumple, me who be say the national chairman about panel say yeah debate. Now say buono mo de ba mam no. Me can't be on my yamo.
That's a good one.
So, and then me goof if I goof to do how like made baba prapra because almost some goof me goofy made baba prapra but say only party rep ba na omudin kita huwia na ogufia na Kwabena ya na chairman baba ere na ma CC bibia but me just say they'll handle me with care come say me na sa chairman
na ohe
ono ko dey stubborn no
Kwabena take notice fa channel so chairman one on one anti for said the tie no anti na Mr. Bogman yes na wa want me muto antem na nda muto na say munsheda enya west ni
what's in a simple my voice is only good for singing but what's the very simple united we shall stand
exactly
we shall win also for Ghana we shall fight for Ghana we shall strive what's in a very simple but I mean my voice is only good for singing
I see
good for talking motor I'm sure go for body
anyway we have over now about Facebook Accra100.5 FM and now they also wadwen kire e dia forward every sem ne be kankan na bibia nso akoye Mr. Bogman mama you starting komo ene da ye de yanka bi nshem ye ti hu United Party first crowd was a movement na asesa na asesa to what ye did do man echi Ejebo.
Yeah, Bobie.
For your film kakra. If you share it then, how did you even arrive at the name United Party? We'll later get into some of the conversation awaba from the NPP, some element in NPP saying that we'll get into that Mafa will need and they have to go to court and what have you. But for your film, what consideration went into all of this thing to finally agree and land that you would want to be a political party?
Okay, Ozikan Maminchi Etiefwa and the would say anyone watching on Facebook, you know, Minchu Bibi Alamin say a couple Nishira Sonkuna na Dum Sunkum Mufamon.
Okay.
No cause I'm there. Yefi MPP or 2023, no. The initial idea was to form a political party.
Okay.
But now, timing is too short. I able to form a political party. Until we needed to also contest the 2024 election. We created the movement for change as a vehicle. Mr. Chairman, but 2024 elections. So it was too short a time for organization to do a lot of things. It's a register to take time and was all license samo. Because of that, we decided to use the movement. Then we went back to the original idea.
Okay.
The formation of political party. A lot of names came up for consideration. Gofuzi, it is the MPP, Movement People's Party Bay.
Okay.
It is MUP.
Okay.
Or UMP, United Movement Party. I mean UP Subay. And finally, in Payfotin now. Of UP. The on by partinism. Na same thing there. And there Yankasano Yaninchi. Say a quick pa.
Yes.
Your connection with the UP.
Okay.
The original UP.
Yes.
And see getting the UP was not a problem. Na them UP Beno was in the Pia in some Pia Shasha Obi seen the tradition will be in a party. This is Obi tradition will be in a party. If UP is your tradition, now we are here. So why don't you move from your party to come and enjoy your tradition? Because your tradition that you cherish, is now here.
I see.
So that is how we came up with the name. They went back and forth on this issue of name. And as finally, wisdom prevailed, and the reasons they gave sound reasons why they settled on the UP. We feel they are very important. As UP has also created the DP. UP no ben we create DP.
Damn.
DP divided party or declining party. And see what's the party called by now or UP no. Of course, I say that wabe DP.
I see.
Or a divided party and a declining party. No party behind is how na minyasam. And see a crew be UP, a crew be DP. But the most interesting thing also there you there. You see, with this UP na wabano. My catch a Ghana for me there. You share constitution as 33 years.
Yes.
Now you share the constitution in Juma. Now only 2 parties pay na wash Ghana do. Or you NDC and MPP.
Yes.
Until time be as you Ghana from Accra in the 8 years be as a Saban. Until Ben be power na se wan yeshimpa. Or send them a we are zimpa. When the 8 years of Kofi.
Yes.
Until Kofi was one sabo yenskem. Who's the yenska funyam bokwa. 8 years in a Yankasa party now, a banner or banner or feeling my second.
What's that
for now, baby? About you because you know a cycle. Messiah as we ask then I'll come back. And that has been the Wakoro. Until actually in the last 8 years, for example, mostly MPP have been Ghana in terms of the economy. Mostly was Ghana's economy to the extent today, international beggars. The IMF for men only 3 billion. On one men 1 year was spreading for 5 years. That's how low our Ghana 1 year and cray.
Abra Obitum Debe 9 months raise 8 billion.
Yes.
Through good board.
Yes. And he said it to me who there was say economy in the apart from economy, I was saying no ma haircut na zibum. Man kofa wa bobra, one sika, was it we see. You know who are you?
Yes.
These are people where genuine work, who make savings, where investment, what to talk abandon bond nazi. What's the economy to the extent? And one politicians now will be can one for years can one find solve economic problem. No one genuinely why you Juma. Why you want savings 30 years, 40 years savings, 20 years savings. You know, on a balance boom. That was a fixed economy. No, on no ma in painful we wash one qua. I know yes can point to a dream. What was the best or year about? I back Dr. Jakum Kama. Ansah no bono or Kasim be there over 800 of his friends. We because of oil DDP, that's how low we sank in terms of the economy. Now, actually, economy to Finchana, that's a bush most was say, or many NASA say, oil galamsey. For the first time, you see, people don't know this. For the first time, oil 2018, before 2018, and the forest was there, and you are where galamsey. Before 2018, let me explain this. Your forest, no forest reserve.
Okay.
Now, forest is a forest, so abanzi tomb. Or Zimbra, or the forest, the forest becomes forest reserve. Now, until before 2028, you know, in the forest reserve, you are where I'm saying it was 2018, and the national executives of MPP, regional executives of MPP, and constituency executives, when your Tumbi was the entire forest for the first time. You can ask Erastus Asaridongo, he will give you the facts. One of the forests that Woodizim was saying, that forest was as big as Kumasi. Kumasi size. A forest that is as big as Kumasi, no. When you was said, forest, and we are in then they passed a law, LI 2462, to now legalize the illegality. My Azibona, if you my Ambra, but you support Azibona, you know, what is say in the environment? Look at Professor Von Martin, report here. Nankasa. Part government and or commission on you.
Yes.
And when he came up with the report, you know, he was arrested by the government. Also, he was arrested for writing a report out or indict or house of Penifubia when now which one way galamsey. I will say on many Najapazi because in Shoyanum from Yaji Koyemu and it's been easy normal to me at Yatasi.
Exactly.
So once you say, where's the band say? Now, one from who say, I'll tell you, so if there may be no opportunity. Then one show you 2 million more. That's a one shot Ghana do. Now that's the result they could give us. It's not the best. And by the issue of corruption, understand the bro. I mean, for the first time, figures yet to know. I am shishi. There, Omana, yes, struggle to live. Jacob Abosa IMF. Intimate, but intimate nurses cow. Intimate doctors cow. Intimate damn coffee cow. And at the corruption cases, national service alone. Actually, ghost names are Nipa de Seni. This Benson Bononia Catesi, when you need Biala, young men and women what about bra? And so what's salary on shoes there? Was where working and go so what's the channel? Who I would me. Working in a work military cemetery. Working in a over in some for you now. Was it was in the best? Oh, yeah, national service as in. Was it Bob or not to them? Sika to do it's employer am shishi then utu munya kokudru where the mazin now say the means the men na other issues or crowd do war in terms of corruption there when you can say for the first time your finance minister also yen somebody we go to Ghana onto Ghana me kadam dey be so there say my NPP ya na say nkofo ka Ghana see so o say in third force me minginzi. There should be a force also or replace MPP. A force, there should be another force also or replace MPP. Not to be a third force, to be a second force. Because say MPP actually one was in the last 8 years. Why should any reasonable Ghanaian think there MPP deserve to come back to power again? To do what? Because you know a game of 8 years. That's the result we have. That is how today we are talking about street lights. We are talking about roads. We are talking about hospitals and schools. When you can say, my family work at school. Ever could be obese in your phone or to phone or was it? Painful work hospital, no, maybe nobody the phone and see the phone. Because if you know my head to Mohana watching a show one was one sub or a bandit to come. Well, we are with impunity because one's wrong. Oh, yeah, to have a back door. The Nakufado, in Bread Piano as the bed was a bomb, man, gun of phone saying, yes, you are behind. It's play bargain. First one is play bargain 2022. Play bargain. There some we are abandoning sika. Let's say me cut na fie. Be 5 years in police watch man. Mutu ma baka there scare mu wie yin. Medaba mpocho na jam. Can you imagine? Umbrabwan so LI 2462 no was in bed. The same year no was a plea bargain so be. And I'm saying there, say Ghana for you serious ah. Yenji dama ATS NDC NPP as in few. Okay. So that the political party say will vote to into opposition. Be 20 years and the one opposition. I must in future in your power be wa. Eba dream the say man share the year in yourself. Utuma. Be no opposition 20 years old. So let me do the right thing. But obey 8 years is that we should be an I can steal, I can destroy, and I've given already last time about I think here was the first place I'm okay. I said NPP, if you look at the book of John 10:10, the Bible John 10:10, I see the thief only comes to steal, kill, and destroy. That is exactly what Akufo-Addo and his people came to do. Let's be honest. They came to steal, that's why we're having corruption. Now, apart from corruption now, our political appointees corruption, the public service corruption. Auditor General's report Ansah from 2018 to 2024 in terms of recoverables, no any administrative irregularities, Ghana lost 81 billion Ghana cedis. Listen to this, 81. I can quote the exact figure for you. Ghana lost 81 billion Ghana cedis. I convert by dollars, you get about $6 billion, which is more than 3 billion. 3 billion almost twice. Yes. So why should you do this? The man Benny obey your said Ghana demo. 8 years time you should come back to power. Are you joking? No, is it the kind of game Real Madrid Barcelona match be everybody I have to win to be excited. Win. I see. So for United Party in you see yourself as a second force. No, you see the two now a second force, or Ghana for him. Okay. Ghanaians will decide who becomes the president or who becomes first or second or third force. And he was appealing to Ghanaians there, considering among one at a how and people only Ghana from in the last 8 years. The results here won't see if Ghanaians want us to develop or put our money to put up on one man NPP gets no opposition at least for 24 years. You know, and this week, so what was him some movia. Next election, no, what consider parties to be a one consider NDC, no, UP party. Which of them now present a plan or manifesto? That if we feel trouble, but the meaning player, money to put. Say, I ain't dumb. They can't the politics or a game. Able to more 8 years, Ecofi, I can't live here, I bar 8 years. So it's NPP for a summer work. Corruption, the man of Africa there. Oh. One trend, yes, Baba, because we were there 8 years time, and even those who have stolen, one of Pabani there, Obutu mo drag the case in court. Mo watch because the auction wa court.
Yes.
Muslim party baba oba obutu na wa mama kofie for the knowledge prosecutor. Muslim akofie and that's what wa kada me case in one massive wunzi ni bio. That is the system I practice. This we are over practicing our democracy. I'm if you say yan hwe ne ye. Na say yan tintin dem bi na ye NDC MPP political footballer. Doctor, I'm telling you, doc.
Okay.
After 22 years, maybe it's street like that.
I see.
How can the capital city of a country like Ghana, a country, I tell you, a country, your 33 million country, people country, you are the second largest producer of cocoa in the world. 195 countries in the world. You are the second largest producer of cocoa. You are the sixth largest producer of gold. You are the fifth largest producer of manganese. You are the 11th largest producer of bauxite. Ever Africa, Ghana is the third largest producer of salt after Senegal and Guinea or so.
Yeah.
Kube, coconut. You are the first. You are the largest producer of coconut. I was in China, and now Chinese there. I'm from Ghana. Do you know what you said? I said your country is very rich. You have coconut. Coconut in Bunuhan. It probably was coconut. They consider it in the Woskapa. And I'm saying that we have every resources on our money. So if after 33 years you play this NDC MPP political football, may consider the last 8 years MPP one performance, why don't we replace them with something better than what MPP did?
I see. Me new be cinema ko chairman onye say hunto wono do in a jiff, but moto ya about this is here.
Oh, Ghana Fest.
Ghana Fest.
Wow. Ghana Fest. It is a can UP. First response, that's a Ghana Fest.
Okay.
A can UP for the second time, that's a party papa.
Hey.
A can UP for the third time, yes, Ghana will rise again.
I see.
But our motto is Ghana Fest.
And UP.
Ghana Fest.
UP.
Party papa.
UP.
Ghana will rise again. That's one year for court.
No, me pera me bomba no corona that conversation. But it you know some people are saying United Party Plus. It means United Party, which is which?
No.
What is the
name is United Party.
Okay.
The Plus is you with the Pro Max. Original one is UP. It's UP Pro Max, but officially the name is UP.
UP. I see.
Dama core principles and values now. First UP. No one.
Okay.
Okay. Ours is an enhanced UP.
I see.
So there's UP Plus or UP Pro Max.
Last on this before I come to Mpemfa Wake. Executives are more powerful and more bonhoni dinno. And now interim executive are more manage affairs until when Mwangasa Mumbai structure sitting and properly elect leaders to lead, you know. Moya hinsisia.
Executives ndoso.
Odoso wa.
Odoso.
Ntikakara wobo woni di wo program na.
Executive ndoso. You see, your structure in there. A deputy national chairman. You are responsible for 2 regions.
Oh.
Do you get the point?
Okay.
It is your so many deputies. Say I mean a deputy before them a deputy national. I can be in charge of Eastern. For example, Mr. Fifio Ferrata.
Okay.
No, so Nakufado Nekazaba.
Yes.
And on Kawana Sabi.
Matters.
One day or your vice chairman in charge of Eastern region and Greater Accra.
Oh,
that's how we've done it.
I see. Our deputy director for communication.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm deputizing Mamunia.
I see. For the attendance national chairman UP party kanasemi. National chairman and the interim national chairman the honorable Abubakar Sadiq Boniface Abubakar Sadiq general secretary lawyer Bobie Samoa or deputy.
No, only general secretary, the chief scribe of the party.
Only deputy.
No, all 2 deputies. Nana was Sapo, no only Richard Zuma.
I see. Now more communication, like you said, Solomon Wusu Nawala. Then
hopes not
director of operations. Field operations. Okay. If you are Cranchua, I see. More youth leader.
Yeah, you were youth leader.
Youth leader.
Yeah, you were youth leader. You were woman organizer. Hajia Gloria, woman organizer.
Okay, yeah. Gloria. Okay, yeah. I see. Chairman, my member also. We are here, United Party.
Doctor, who they na G-Tech they na.
But me no be any case. Me no be any case kra.
I won't sign with doctor. I won't sign with PhD.
David.
G-Tech say so who sign with PhD there and come and show us. Mama chair I have for and a T for and minia Baba Tuno. I am to the deeper Bogma. But being Shannon that Shannon Minipam min Kai but right, okay. And minia Sama Hotel or Yaminia Paha. Mamima UP party, the newest party in town, Abaso. Sebi Alan Chemente Koju Chemente minimum for time as a trade minister.
Yes.
And by Akufo time as trade minister. In fact, in the time soon yes this net port as a trade minister until Shano the trade reforms and ideas and 2023 or break it out of his political party because no believe say he wasn't given a fair treatment because of no can say in Legon he could have gone for a second round.
Exactly.
He could have even won the election. But on handed the baton to President Akufo-Addo. Na Akufo-Addo dana Seneca Trans ne bona male say maybe but no on swear they hand over a man. But he looks like when it comes to the time of their promise no na Akufo-Addo no on monosa support base no, so he felt peeve and then he has to move out and form his movement. Afanto
yes
na ye na Afanto no obe fly ko do hefa ene Afanto no obaba dane political party. Me you say one of the things I may admire movement for change till Afanto no say they came with aggressiveness. Even though it didn't translate it into political vote as we were expecting, when say 2024 or more disqualified PNC. So now you have say who will become the next third force. Even though in the last 2020 election, boom, the third force voting partner. I'm talking about 2020 elections. Then the young man Chida, and also by then I think he became, when you look at the voting partner, he beat Alan Chemente during the 2024 elections.
Exactly.
So overtaking Goom as PNC used to be the third force parties.
Exactly.
So but one thing about the Afanto partners, they have instituted a very aggressive and strong communication team. In fact, to the extent that as an chairman, I will admit on air, say they even overtaken PNC, they've overtaken CVP, they've overtaken GFP, what they call the Ghana Freedom Party, and Bakunu Dan Latte partner, for instance, Citizen Atudazi partner, GCPP, and PPP. Who share the last 10 months of John Mahama government. You have political party, well representation in the media landscape, and Afantoa, and now about than UP. And so I really admire them. Based on that, no, say I did good. I say a copy.
Yes, sir.
I catch your committee catching political party said as a national chairman, we need to leave a mark. One of the things I say, people think PNC is not there, but PNC we rather have a young crop of leadership. We share a presidential candidate to the national chairman, to the general secretary, to the national organizer, national youth organizer, women's organizer, and their deputies. We have no cross. No, none of us never cross 58 self. None of us. When we look at our structure now, so it just say we have the fresh ideas. You want the energy. We should have the knowledge, and we do have the knowledge. So why do we sit down aloof and not anytime they want to hear in the media? Now PNC is not heard well. So one of the things was that your friend is saying NEC, National Executive Committee meeting, we move from Accra to the regions. So Yakoye backward Asante region, Yakoye Biwo Bono, we got returned from Bono 4 weeks ago. And they say at that meeting they take a decision, say when we get back to Accra, we want to embark on a rigorous media houses familiarization tour. Until Accra FM, and class media. You letter go ha. Until my Bob say, let the PNC the buy say, pay a courtesy call to your media team, management and staff, no, so that we can reunite. You realize that that has been that disconnection have not actually helped the PNC at all.
I see.
But you could see that these people have been very consistent. When I knew a press conference, the Mama press conference, at the chair, there are people were all over. That is how a political party should be heard. At least somebody will change his mind.
Yes.
No, let me listen to these people. Can I go and join them? What they say? One of the kidnappers, they are very smart in communicating. He said something here. UP, obviously, a your party. Say your party, Buffy.
Yeah.
New political party, I knew.
Strong could not sir.
You can see. So I wish them well, and I want to tell them, say, if you are not even emulating the way they aggressively are propagating their party now, at least I told my people that, hey, Afafanto, they are everywhere. They are everywhere, loud and clear.
Yeah.
So among Kenya Sakrampua, at least every day people hear Afafanto rep in the media houses. Now what can you answer? And now we've done part UP. So that is why this beginning of this month, who said PNC for, yes, I don't know whether if Backman and Ansah Honto who say we've moved to a lot of media houses. You call Edika called Kesben media houses. You call Atobiko media houses. You call Really Good because now almost started GBC last Tuesday. EIB. Kasapa, Star FM, GH1, you call even you call do na afternoon program no they were doing their afternoon programs. You call my live program any after meeting with management. No, we told the media houses the outlet to see their stations and their news department. So that is what PNC is embarking to. Obi our media and make us a phone friend. Ken, your friend Ken de multimedia papa no.
Okay.
Me friend no because masa you dey let about media ho. Nti as PS National Chairman may follow up to know whether when also I will go with National Chairman Empa I'm trying to get my management team to give me a date so that we can invite. This morning I'm sorry I'm General Secretary to a platform say say next week Wednesday or there about Tuesday. We are supposed to be there at 12 o'clock. So that's how it's supposed to be. The leadership must be up and doing. And so I think that what they've done yesterday, they've really shaken the whips and the socks of MPP.
I see.
They put fears. They did not put fear to me and my party as PNC.
Okay.
But they put a very strong fear to the grip the NPP. And now that's why NPP people say that, okay, you have a court.
But as a political party, PNC.
Very extremely well. Very well. Their coordination, they've been fantastic. I can tell you, see, the last 10 years, if they say any political party that is visible in the media with, apart from the NDC MPP, I have a phantom. That one day I give it to them.
I see.
But it is not late. And now that we have waken up and we are coming to your media houses, we hope and pray that very soon all the media houses sort of Monday to Friday, so PNC. Because I've tasked my General Secretary to put up the list so that we will share among all the media houses so they know that if it is about economic issues, move away. If it's about governance, move away. If it's about sports, move away. If it's about the city, move away. If it's about our port, move away. Now, as about economics and business, I say many more. So, and I think I noted something that Afifanto for car say yakoye election na election no akwa second say yabakwa second round omba percentage jamu and they will see whether they will reach out to the other political parties to form alliance government. And I think that's the best. In fact, it was one of the things that Bernard Mona, my presidential candidate and the leader of my party, was also saying that it is needless that second round, EC, Electoral Commission, will come and they will cost such an quantum of money to run second round. When you can just reach out to the other political parties figures and you can get the 50 to form government. That's the way to because already we are talking about in this case, 81 billion, 6 converted to dollarization, 6 billion. We wasted it. Then we ran to 3 billion. And because of 3 billion, among the policy aside, so we sentenced ourselves to death. Even though Ghana 1992 constitution, there's death sentence there. But no president sign. But Akufo-Addo, unilaterally, whether legally there's a term that they normally use, whether intention or unintentional, hang people in this country. If it's true, what he's saying say before the Dr. Kama Ajekum
yes
pass away, or can say over 800 of his members, people he knows, wealthy people he knows, have died. It is true. It even took the former Chief Justice to come to the Minister of Finance and demonstrate and said she'll come. That was why he called Gabi Ochezako a pin. What is it? He used the term that he doesn't respond to people with small brain or he used the word. What was the term?
Pin brain.
Pin brain. That he doesn't respond to those people like pin brains. They were there. That former search boss, who was their leader, who used to be the doctor, who used to be their spokesperson. Look at the people. They have served their nation. They retired. It is their omoamusika. And Omodimawu abine or the treasurables. And Obama different calculation nyama. Or by papa by no. Among Kokofa investment banker to be finance minister. If you go and take investment banker, his mind is talking about profit making you. Tell me, I tell for an for say you're alive. If you go and take an investment banker to be a finance minister, he has forgotten himself. Say, Obama public policy to benefit the ordinary citizens. On another dream is to make profit. Okay, and that is why we have for the past 8 years now. Any grant, any loan, you see advisors are a data bank. To the extent, say, insurance that was supposed to go to our public institution like SIC, yeah, they call on one insurance company. Who do you mean? He was thinking about profiteering. Profit. He's not thinking that in governance you are not supposed to trade. Government don't trade. Government make policies that flourish, that make business people tap into it and do business and make profits and you tax them to develop the country. I see. True or false? True. So, but opportunity to recoup whatever he had given to his uncle when they were in opposition for several years. Anything he actually is one brain. No, that special producer, how Jawasam. Match now can go for that. Or say, I didn't say, Scoutmana. So, America. And none may be said the last time say, yes, critical operatives there were Ghana. 7 Mr. Bisayo. Say CIA and FBI did and CIA, our America, UK for no you're from there. FBI. So I would trick the big basic or be a Janaba said Ghana. And now the one or the buyer. Yakoko funny pan head, you can fat importer, frozen food importer, no whatever. Or more than say your money then. CIA for Baba is Legon. Coach a branch, you know, your local yoko and CIA. I did tell you, they are cough boom, Musa. They are farm call a man to try. Now, Obia or do say over 800. Look, when we were growing, people, if you're talking entrepreneurs, now what kind of entrepreneurs who are Ghana, Hanawa, Sabapana, or Kana, doctor, no reference, Gamma, Ajikum. Now, young Kana, one body, the other young Bobie. Yes. So Akufo the time and Ken for the time because I know investment banker no on tier economics in sense. To force a man, you can see. You can see quite clear the difference between investment banker and someone who has done public policy.
I see.
Financial there is, and that was why he was too pompous. Pompous to the extent that he was not even talking with his governor of Bank of Ghana. And so, the governor of Bank of Ghana was also another West manager that can sit in his bank and say that I am increasing upping my prime rate because I am not responsible for fiscal policy.
I see.
Then Mr. say it is the Bank of Ghana. Why we are silly today is about 16 and Ghanaians are crying. The inflation went to 54. He was spending haphazardly.
You have to mention by Omia's name.
Overall boss. I know I share economics. Yeah, trust students.
I see.
Trust students. Look, Tie, Kwabena despite. Obie, Peace FM. First, no a cassette, no, yeah. No, but be Peace FM. Anambwa. Want to say, Okoyeman Yawahada. Yawa entrepreneurs and your good managers. Good managers say for addiction or hon. Starting from Peace FM, OK FM, Need FM, UTV. They are also now expanded. What you say?
Yeah.
So Bawuya is good. But you write and get A. He's good academically. You can't challenge with him. But when it comes to management, Bawuya will tell you, say, do you know? Let me tell you honestly. Because they were in government, no. Oh, my time so yeah. Oh no, only you have no the back. Maybe another chairman. United Party. I saw Mama 7 because maybe another chairman. Tio, yet to say even at cabinet meeting level. Can you for that to be shutting down the colleague ministers? This is Bobie was head of corruption. So Bobie say yes, no, yes. And then you know, Bobie Congress or Peace FM say, we will not tax ordinary citizens on the e-levy. And the China can afford tax, like we are implementing. And this shame about partner. So I am because I'm money by my free. What do you mean you pay the free? What is that? Some of the things that cost the MVP. Because he swore an old no. He was fixed there. He was remaining like a statue. Onka. Say Oka. After Oka, chairman. Oka said, "Yo, no."
Chairman, it's a United Party because of this.
Give a dog a bad name and hang it. No,
and you see United.
Now,
something that we go better.
Just a second. Me to say now be a reference to Eratos Asare. On the Bagman Oka, Galamsey issue.
Yes.
Now, Eratos Asare no Okokase. Galamsey is even worsened during the last 9 months than even the 8 years and 4 years. My teacher told me this week on Facebook. As I mean, on top of what? Check this Facebook. Yes, yes, and I was shocked. Oh, so a very big media house discussed yesterday. How can Erasmus go write such a thing? Because rules the right I can't Galamsey. Erasmus now become an authority to make reference point to.
Yes.
What you say? So, Omukasa has a who dream it. Jomama Abano to me for me Nimos. Yeah, we can see what Nimos is doing. We saw what they want to take right to do. We saw what recently, I think they are on the eastern region, and the kind of numbers of that they have arrested, the things that they are destroying. Hey, Yambo Mubasu Papa.
Okay. Yate. All right, Sammy.
For chairman, so 20 minutes. And a chairman says, he say 3 minutes after 5. The chairman has done 20. But chairman see a man more time because a national chairman. to make a statement.
Okay.
There's a growing concern, but maybe be more attention, Maso.
Okay.
As you speak, first of all, I shall say, my decision to join this platform for more than 4 years, not because I didn't have a platform. If I want to share my opinion, it's for nothing. I have Facebook, I can comment.
Yes. Of course.
I also host a show.
Yes.
Dear mommy, associating myself with this platform. So this platform is a fact-finding and hard-hitting, talking political show.
Without fear of
That's why I joined. I'm never timid. And in my style of journalism or my style of hosting or analysis, it's not about what you want to hear. It's about what you need to hear. The going concern is we have a colleague, Charles McCarthy. None of them is appearing on this show. We have for the past 2 months or 3 months.
When they walk out.
This your producer and a sometime at a point me catch and say, Nana will 2 years be as a host. From the beginning, I'm free so be no, but so only be host here. I will not come. Producer. And sometimes when he invite me, I may say, who is sitting in to a kind of castle for the sake of the listeners. But if that concern continues, to make a reference, say, you two won't mean through original TV metra metre and may no home chrono bar.
Some of you say we say
maybe and the producer send me and the producer send me. Let me set the record. If this will be the last time, Krana, let me just set it. Unless you want to stop. Producer sending me flyer no. There was no topic.
Okay.
On the flyer.
Okay.
Timi bedu ha more discussing about street light. I assume say this is the issue I discussed.
Okay.
And I heard Nana say making reference to Greater Accra Regional Minister. Say Adeniama Accra is why it becomes silly nation. He used the word silly nation or silly people. We can go back and play. And the whole thing look like the minister or the government is not doing what they're supposed to do. And for that matter, they're giving the regional minister a 2 weeks ultimatum. As a fact-finding show, I came on this platform and said the records to say, you can go and play back. Said this Greater Accra regional minister, for this short period of time, the number of street lights are fixing, more than regional ministers are ABBA.
He even tax the district chief.
And no movie me say, and here fan and no fix street light to Greater Accra. And I make catch and say, internet in your man produce and call internet and so. Now only fact no and family. Then they went ahead to say, me man pinpointing baby this street light no could see anything. It doesn't exist. And I'm catching and say, we are ignorant. You are disappointing as a journalist because the Greater Accra regional minister since March and launch and or year Juma, fantastically your producer went to the net and pulled the story. Yeah, they buy me the break producer a year host say read it. Now listeners and TSC say the Greater Accra regional minister has started working. So don't make it look like say onyashi. Name do betimi and say ebia honorable minister. Yenim say wo ye adwuma. But I meba yenim say wo ye adwuma. But this particular area there concerns na cause a serious yes say when you call create awareness. But don't give ultimatum because if you gave Umar Kufa the ultimatum what did you do? You can't do anything. Then you are making the whole thing look like me Samonto, I am arrogant and I'm a person I say yes, me Ansah. And it's not about being arrogant, it's been about factual. And I prove on this platform, Nana himself as a whole didn't know, said the Greater Accra regional minister has been fixing street light. The 2 newscasters are Motiana, they didn't know.
I'm aware of that. They are fixing. Until
I raised that issue. And we call spade a spade. So when you want, they are now still insisting, so when you want, you are ignorant. And we are ignorant, will be draw attention to something. Even when there's variables that you can verify. and you say insist say him fa Nanambusa will say Greater Accra Regional Minister article naturally say what fixes street 129. Now Busame say him fan what day street light no see one story near state to Omwa. Sebi, are you being reasonable? So I will tell you the hard truth. We are now open phone lines because it is how you control the microphones, things how you can incite your listeners. And some of them called Gogo from a can you say Johulu saying I see so a personal issue with me. I don't have any personal issue with anybody. I don't come here to please anybody. I'll just speak the fact. How you take it is your business, and how you receive it is your business. If you want to have personal issue with me, that is your business. But like I said, if Kwadwo Eboa, Charles McCarthy, all of them at a point advise themselves, a time will come maybe someone to advise themselves. Go have the platform and we go there and do it. That's the statement. Let's go to United Party. Yes. And now I may say I hear this political party. No, I wasn't surprised. I see. Let me say a book as I was say 2024 na a Brenna Itia went and now Omuye movement because registration. But me tell before the election was that. Then you said time in it here. Now you was determined to form a political party. But the decision and not the electoral commission, any MPP for fan say, so what a political party no, they will hide behind the law and disqualify him. Because who form a political party, there was several requirements. I will say every district, every constituency, see now they will hide behind that. So last minute, no more film. And tobacco court already Araba Tokonu was there. So you are disqualified, ballot paper. So. And Yera Lanchabantin was smart. And I said, no, if that's the case, I'm independent, they won't demand, they say, me put you all these stretches. And I was change because Yera Lanchabantin knew what was going to happen to MPP. He knew MPP was going to lose the election. And he knew, said the new government after MPP will reset Ghana and make sure that the law works. So all chamber and this is the appropriate time Yera Lanchabantin and in the movement for change actually said they mean business. Now MPP just day one movement for change, a political party, United Party. Just day one, a outdoor program just a form of a press conference just to inform Ghana for say and Afro movement for change has transitioned to a United Party. No, MPP is running head-to-skater. Now threaten a legal suit and a UPD, MPP, now involve and a Babi UP, and we are going to court. Okay, let them go to court. Now, MPP as a political party, Sebio, a Diabano Motrans, ye DB, Edomuko position, still a realize here. A titrasem, a kakabin tintin tininti. I am Yera Lanchabantin, any penny foot break away from the party. No, still MPP as a party, or more realize here. Share the crop of paper Yera Lanchabantin, a pulley out from MPP Mudina Chikoe. Sabian Kofumin Yansan. And when they talk, they speak sense. And Ghana politics have got it to a point. You cannot sit somewhere and lie, hiding behind a tribalism, thinking so. Maybe base, the majority ethnic groups in Ghana, so you can hide behind them and be fooling yourself, thinking at the end of the day they will vote for you. And they youth never the crop of a year generation a year building. They give a hoot. They don't give a hoot to a whole tribe when it comes to politics. Their well-being. Instead of MPP to sit down, no more say no yachia. And when Yera Lanchabantin make another statement, say MPP. Oma Luso Omo track. The party has been hijacked. From the beginning, people thought that Bawumia was humble. But when Bawumia became a leader of MPP as a flag bearer, listen to Nsema and Bawumia Oka. And then when you leader, Bawumia had the gut to go and stand on the platform and say, hey, maybe Bawumia na 2016 me year Juma and the MPP ba power na mumunye ska. Bawumia. Later the Bawumia 2008, he wasn't a card member of the MPP. Kwabena je Japan de nyame betua ne ka ne tua ne kai. Kwabena je Japan ka ono mokoye fraudulent party membership card ma ba omia. And then obey this wa esense ni komu a afi kra do no Kwabena je Japan no a ono no apupo bo na nsuo no de scratch e de timi man condition amount 24 hours for 4.6 million fabra enye se be US in China afi no na no pachew. Baumia the got to tell them say me na me DMPP ba power enti me na me ma mumunye sika. Me na ma munye sika. How arrogant. Bobie at meka say me de mi ni obi ani asem o. So obi no obi anya asem a me de mi ni obi ani asem. As a leader who followers omo your brand associate, your brand no influence on them. Whatever they do, direct or indirect, it will influence on your brand.
Yeah.
So follower I want suma no ko gina baabi no ko preach ko campaign na to obi asumu a sani pa ne kwa akoto aba won to aba ma follower no wo ba omia na mfuni be won obeto aba de ama sa na follower ko gina baabi no wankanya nsasem na so obi abufo no so obeto aba tia on to aba ntia da follower no wo ba omia na wudin ba ballot paper so no obeto aba de tia enti so follower ekodi who opponent internal opponent atamwa wontimi mbegina ho nka se me de mi ni obi ani asem o enti wo no obi ni asem amonka me de mi ni obi ani asem. Such a useless comment. But me that since day one ebia book na school mu nyansa no wo but since day one de minim se ba me afie nyansa wo ni bi but na me expect say at least enkrofo edi ba me achi no as advisors no at least omo be garden kakra on be garden kakra achen so papa sa de we de enye ni say sa asemu de enka ni say you call yourself a leader but you've never accepted responsibility. Mahama NDC lost 2016 election. Mahama ka say enyama bebre the nam to MPP NDC this year but no as a leader no or accepted responsibility. Has Bawumia ever accepted responsibility? When the dollar was skyrocketing, okay, so Yana said, "Yeah, on any day, dollar any day, what the governor of Bank of Ghana and the finance minister, I don't know where digitalization." Bawumia, 2024, when we were telling Ghana for say, when it comes to the economy, Bawumia, every facet of the economy was failing. Bawumia Jina stage so by Ghana for say MPP were enviable record over every sector of the economy, from education to road to market to infrastructure. Oma biti obia wa Ghana political history me 8 years. Then we lose election year. Ghana for say Monfan why? What has changed? Nothing has changed. And the way they made the meaning from Crawford or more MPP more, say we might dream of fee. Umunina best switch it towards a unity party.
United Party.
How? Because Obi to say Abronye can never be a member of United Party because here are Lanchemate pedigree. And in Crawford dinechi our no more yaman semono. A bed then say Obi to say Abronye. A bet me cry qualifies or confer nomination form. Na delegator Sebu or man for to Abama Musamuna mon representing Kuya can for bit me jare. Eddie Rulon after the motum. Apple having the video gun also a court or Koto Abama wire or Koto Abama Abronye. It won't happen the United Party. Somebody like Wuntumi. How can Wuntumi become a member or a leader in the United Party? A brand now Wuntumi 2007, 2008 Wuntumi now or yet Sebu Yera Alanchemate loyalist. Did any Ghanaian here Wuntumi misbehaving like the way Wuntumi has been behaving for the past years? Was still free Alanchemate who are when you foot papa be or the no ball a year after a young cofron and if you want me. Kasa basa. nyansa bia ni because Akufo-Addo's political ideology pan say ye den kwasiafo and a pre to me. And indeed, Akufo-Addo den kwasiafo so na pre to me. Abronya was one, Wun to me was a major leader, and several of them. That's what the Akufo-Addo believe. See, ye den kwasiafo and a pre to me. And Akufo-Addo buy no, it wasn't about obi a wonim de. Obetimi aye adwuma no ati party nanim nemom obi a se bi onim nyansa obetimi aye nhu fin de mihia na political power enti ukokoyi eye national chairman obi ti se Palafoko no akofa eye can say Freddie Blay na akwa replace no. Because Freddie Blay samasa untimi control Palafoko ukoyi Kwabena Japan as a general secretary no akofa sebio Mr. Mix Dombodu se ono nkonko general secretary because untimi control Kwabena Japan because Kwabena Japan wa MPP mo Ansah na wo Akufo-Addo ba nemom obi ti se Dombodu de do hia ye two thought do be ka so onye bi obeye na okofa na de bai sabre na Ghana for adwen course from 2016 to 2024 8 years Ghana for encrophobia it takes them a long period of time for them to get to know easy so we had this as of we are ene e fa be abatros and next edada encrophoi when they started, when we were telling the members, Sakwa won finyame, do in finyame. Ukoka at a point, Obiti say, Obinim, the church members, Ukoka Obinim Asamoa, ye chase you. And never a day. After several years, and on what TV, so no can no masem, said, I'm a your angel, or Nina Neyaza. Unyado Benya Yeno, and no Okada no masem. Now, so now, me new say. We see have some Ghanaians are all kind of software some say oh China biasi bibi no they will troop now no say omo call say ashare botwem so kopos so bia bu no cause akoko software some it's still happening. It took Ghanaians 12 good years to understand who Mahama is and Mahama's intention for Ghana. Mahama became president for 4 years, building roads, building schools, creating that's an opportunity for people who peer with infrastructure. They were not gonna see grow. Ghana for senior son yempe kwan, yempe school, yempe market. I come the house who school. Yeah, come the house who see kwan, yempe. Who here? You pay the bedi ne, any infrastructure. Forget about infrastructure. Road in the bedi. Near to Abetia Mahama. Then Akufo-Addo came. So we free SHS. We free SHS no. We realize that we don't have infrastructure. Tina fediam krane tata so boboso Emma meningitis 80 TC school Mokro Kumasi Academy and Koda 11 in the Wuye Kumaka Uko Simnen Krofu. Then Ghanaians begin to realize science infrastructure ne here. Mahama was building hospitals. Here COVID-19 by Ghana for sa hospital here. Legal Medical Center na the energy sebio omampenini afofro nkwa the bank hospital NS Ankrofo yade Ridge Hospital NS Ankrofo yade but 4 years na Mahama this year Ghanaian didn't appreciate. Even when Ghanaians started appreciating after 4 years for them to give the assessment on Mahama vote Mahama 2016 about almost 1 million vote 2020 election omu reduce no about 500,000. Then after 8 more years they realize that Mahama is the deal. So it take long period of time for Ghanaians to appreciate it say but biako we di kono enye sana MPP akoye. It took them long period of time to appreciate it say Akufo-Addo leadership was a bad leadership. Yes, Akufo-Addo use the MPP, said you're the idiot among them to win political power. But yes, what collapse party will be able to MPP penny. and I tell you say if it's a break 2028 yɛbɛkɔ akɔto aba sɛ MPP bɛkɔ so a yɛdɔmu yɛ ya United Party ɛbɛgye ɔmo members nyinaa United Party ɔmbɛgye ɔmo members nyinaa because a party also are intellectual party full of intellectuals they cannot even use their own party constitution and you see constitution it say yenko yi flag bearer Ansah na kwa yi branch executives police station executives and nobody wants to talk because ye di hu na ahye wo mu enti nipa no ya na ne kasa bo ahye ne mu no nya baabi mfa no apɛ MPP ni o typical edidi ni mu no oba nko NDC oba ko United and almost bioma plan the ato now bound say even apart from MPP other smaller political parties no including PNC chama wanya juma yo mbetwemo members na because juma Solomon usu eye no bulldozer enya juma ketwa yam MPP for radio city TVs when it come to political discussion no enya juma ketwa na nensimo kanyina so sisi so and tell me one MPP communicator our continental radio so on TV so making sense. Nobody, none of them is making sense. Sir, yeah, MPP Kennedy Japan or so or no, and a agent one way incorruptible. To one the Kufuado or by no me corrupt. To one the Obaba at the face of MPP. Why and then the campaign administrator Charles Bisu. Charles Bisiwa. Live camera yatinwa galamse sika ordinance ne church ne sen ene ne nsame enu nyina e kan wono na Kennedy Japan say omra no be ne political campaign administrator Shebra na champion what the film dia me atu ye kokun with my hwinti asichire ya bo kwadu so afọ hene ya so mudu kwa mfie kudu ase mokoso a wo de atopa ena eko vindication say ade no aye ya se wo ya kromfo ya me anya anya de anka wie hotel nyina onu so nkwa yi sports person Australia ya wo friend sakra Pius hazide
na abopopon ono why
Pius hazide ena ye brana champion sports person where they going Kennedy Japan says so no they no obey candidate and the electoral commission make say why we no on the consider
that he will not believe his own story
on consider that obejina na sisa you see characters like Kennedy Japan they don't belong in Ghana politics or the future say o kotwa ba o internal coalition internal coalition actually say what lose election by 38%. Opponent now winning over 40-something%, 50-something%. Everything is showing. Grounds are shall see pressure shall see ba. They have seen said the electoral commission. You see, when the election once you to abanavi aye bubo. Ambunsa hana trend in econo. Electoral commission a time bomb so not here. Because now we be with the trend at the no could be a confirmation. Say we delay bet me Danny Ghana but and with this gap say quite a BRO acquire 51% against 49% put everything like oh metro electoral commission but 38 against 57 now what was a men am here candidate I mean
50 plus 1 and then 57
say men am here candidate I mean concede cause say the electoral commission ni be declare kaba this time ka can the officer ka wona maso e campaign say yeah na electoral commission so me chama who say results be entirely etimuma me 3 days bin ban kan ho kaba this time can Japan assembly ne ka you gone too soon ka properties nyina because say any anyway me ni fie wo ni fie bi a do fie but more more properties but this time can na ka ya bro pepe
I see.
But Alanche Martin and the United Party has given them alternative.
Okay.
All well-meaning MPP who believe say politics is their DS. Yeah, building nation name of maybe Nkwasiafono. They should switch. Alanche Martin has given them the alternative.
An alternative.
They should go there.
I see. All right. Ebusiafo jumedi no enche ebre ni afakura ina yede ba wi ya nsa mo messages ni ebebre na aba na meje bre no makan dodo na nso edi amamo ewo ho Facebook ni so Accra100.5 and when you go so awo hwe Facebook awutie nso ewo radio so na share nso se jumedi no ye kwa na ye breno enche kora na de media ni nyina nso ba wi na mpanifo yi a kire wo madwene mame mom be ye producer as mom say be 3-4 minutes bi na yemfa discussions ni nyina ba wi ye wo ho because and then no na dedicate show na say to understand the United Party for ni wonu susu ye ne o madwen po a wonu nso de ba the political landscape no
then patch 3 minutes ma mente media na me nko me 3 minutes me dey wie e wo ye agric ministry
okay
and agric minister apa hontoma e 41st National Farmers Day celebration apa hontoma
yes
na fi aban so kwa akoye wo
oh okay
e the capital town of Volta region on the Farmers Day no e 5th December
no
okay. Na 5 days to the D-Day no ye be exhibition e Volta region
okay
omo ye adokua ebo mo nim de omo ye packaging omo ye branding technology and business bibia ye be koswa from 1st December near the atuomo ako D-Day which is the 5th December near the National Farmers Day na ho
okay
na ye nya de said ye kufu de MPP in last year
okay
first time in the history of Ghana Farmers Day ye did no hotel indoor any year no district ya anye other regions kwa anye ye in hotel afi aban say National Farmers Day no ye be any district bia across the country
okay
name to say Volta region for ne de esan say ho no mo na host region no omo no omo be ye omo this other district ni be ye omo de Ansah na D-Day na do but other regions in other district ne de omo be ye omo de on the day a National Farmers Day which is the 5th December no
okay
be say akoso now the abaye ni say unsa abaye ni minister promote institutional farming
okay
entiafi institutional wa ye afu pa no e babo abaso
okay
o promote backyard farming and as a home garden home garden so any pa no ababo abaso
okay
ye ka say 129 secondary schools and participate under Feed Ghana almost so ye be schooler born home papa prison service military forces so science institutions no bi obebon home bia no ade a aban ebebo na ba
so be fa forms bi na wa ye yi ana
dabi on say te say okwa district bia ye wo secretariat na say mpanyimfo a omo na hwe akuafo no obia ntia ba behwe onfudie o producer awo na yetimi aselect so ampa wo na qualify enti sa pepepe ana feed na because enti afiga na akuafo yadamu ase already mad dom aduane abu for the first time in 8 years aburabu ama afekwa mo part of amunya bi 2018 ko askwasira bro 2024 ko askwasira bro afi aburabu National Football Fast Stock and so TSC Jomo auto abro no and afi de kwafo o se bo
for Facebook and na etwego no and edwumedie na say ne won and edwumedie no ohunto edi hun komo no eno na etwego Facebook no ye the honorable minister for the sector the honorable Eric Opoku and woman speech wo ho nti wo padwumedie no nyina
Volta regional minister so na ti
the honorable Gunu
yes
to bold na mo ko lunch
yes dabi lunch no Accra but ye be host Volta region be host afidi
all right unto ye be dase
me so me dase papa amesha
ajubrewo
masa
chawan me pese me ni United for ni wie because we are the anthem no na ye de be sore so enti chawan ma me nton
I send the thing you saw it
na won pese o de so 3 minutes na fi ye hwe de be wi
the mechanic say President Mama Echo China no oko yen deal bia ebe ma Ghana for unse me jore for coup paying say yeba the name ko China and on tariff free. Now that American government or the 15% that it boy so there ma omo exported after on the 30th of September no agua came to an end. By 2000 it for 10 years it was renewed in 2015. That gives, we call it African Growth and Opportunities Act.
Great.
Now countries that were doing business with especially African countries to bring your name to their market on tariff free. CC ya 15%. To say China to 100% market entrant. What I can say is say yabo omampeni mahama abaso.
Great.
Omum speed up with the deal or say by end of October.
Yes.
It will come to they will sign the memorandum of understanding. We look forward to see it.
Okay.
So that we also do research to know what exactly once China from a province.
Yes.
Each province, what do they want from Ghana?
Exactly.
So that we can encourage Jadifor to go in that direction. Oba a series so a Bank of Ghana also a 10.7.
Yes.
Yeah, Bompai say that's predictability and stability should continue to the end of the year.
Okay.
So that Christmas, the Christmas fair.
From Kramosom to Tiniamas.
Ebebaso, never better to so.
Sir,
you better than Nemasopa.
Okay.
Or more person wanted to know, or more from abroad never ye. Now, me catch a Nibia says, oh, come market a min cancer Dabia, oh, Batman, right? Batman. Would you need Backman, Koto, Nema. What do you call market and 1990? Magay called you means Nafagon. Nantin not the Bahuni Panao, Nema, ever from inequality, no at all.
That's all.
The other aspect, number can say, inflation is swab from. Na Ghana for yam fire gen kohokra. 77 Obia at the time inflation was 54 no. Now city was 16 city to 1 Ghana. Because loan. Every 5 years loan. At that time no, the bank say 40% and 30%. And then many casino and now maybe ukon last year 2024 grandpa where inflation was 28% no. Now prime rate was 28% no. Because loan near the moment 30%. You say 30%.
Yes.
And now 28 or 27%. And then inflation a 9.4 anambwa. Prime rate 24 25 thereabout.
No, 21. No, it's been 21.
Prime rate now.
Or the above form.
21.5 good.
Yes.
Yeah. If you pa.
Yes.
Now say inflation about from 28 to 21.5. No, prime rate about from 28 to 21.5.
Yeah.
Inflation free 28 about 9.4.
Yes.
CD free beginning time my Joma buy na 13 CD to $1 thereabout or 12% to $1 thereabout. Do 10.2. A page kakra to 11 to 12. Then now it's back to 10.7 now.
Yes.
Some loan servicing with the bank. Why would they still tie my loan with the 27% rate? No, and now why would they tie it with the 28% and not 30%? No, I think say business people will. That many of them do not want to reduce the price because they think that they still run that loan.
Yes.
But the bank no almost here.
Okay.
I'm calling on the governor of Bank of Ghana say. Yeah, him say because of prime rate now back from no lending rate so about from. Lending rate that Bank of Ghana the commission bank to trade no about from.
Okay.
Say about from why wouldn't the banks call all of us back to recalculate or recalibrate the interest rate?
Okay.
Because it's very key. Okay. Because the commission banks will not, because anytime I do loan more, they calculate, they look at their loan, they prepare the loan based on prime rate and inflation rate. They say your man will say hey, we can't survive. So if inflation has come down, even the city rate has come down, prime rate has come down, you must. So I cannot continue servicing my loan at that 27% or that 28% or that 30%.
Exactly.
Because at the time inflation was 54, at the time inflation was 28, and then inflation is 9.4. Prime rate, and you were making reference,
21.
It is 21. 100.5. See, at that time, no. So why?
All right.
So I think we should do a survey and come out with a report.
Okay.
But I think the Bank of Ghana will do a good thing to direct Commercial Bank and say no. All loans that were calculated based on inflation, using inflation as a yardstick, using private as a yardstick. There's predictability, there's sustainability.
All right.
Why do you continue taking that money from that poor Ghanaian?
Mate, Chairman, Maminda was it.
Now, once again, no, remember UP for Omutrunkwa. They will come to join us at IPAC now. Exactly. First, now Omutrum by IPAC. But now they are political party recognized there. Exactly. Yadum Jumapa. But in club, Edibama Bagman so Fakoma Alanko Chimate. Fatumiso, make us some no. Say, I am passing the party no. Omo vibrant. Okay. Yes, we are vibrant. Okay. CPP are vibrant. Okay. Gum are vibrant. PP are vibrant. We should look at how we can bring all of us together. Okay. For 2028. Okay. That is the only time, man. You ever tell me fight the MPP NDC? Now you buy inside.
Yati. Something I will go better now. Telling Kano. Senior. Yes. Senior Bogman. Yes. You're doing community. Yes. And the next 3-4 minutes. About some lady giant.
Yes. In fact, we talk about Dr. Bobie Assembly Okade. Remember, one was making one as a warrior and fem punishment. Exactly. Remember, say my brabo. I'm sure the Mazin FM say my brabo. Let me show you a difference between a fake leader and a real leader. And a better massy. Miss Alan Chamanton. Now, John Kume winging baby quay. No, Alan ni PA. Now, Alan war Abuchi. Na John Kuma, a continent FM station. Ocasino Ozi the Nakufado at them. I should share Nakufado Ruba. Or Cassim your own yet in Nakufado. That an Alan in Ghana. It's Alan Bagana no better than Massamano. No Simon John Kuma, no catch it, Uncle Nakufado, Uncle Panicho. That time, the Nakufado no Alan wanting internal elections here. But one over the John Kuma, what Cassim beyond yak at yet the Nakufado on air no. Alan Fred John Kuma, the Uncle Nakufado. Interestingly, John Kuma Kappa Nakufado Chono, Nakufado was convincing John Kuma to leave Alan to him. Yes. To stay with him in his camp. So I see. You could see a leader. Ne Chitafu, a customer choke penny be on ye. Or reprimand. Come up, penny to penny choke. Only if you're a capanicho, that's a mechano and can. But another leader. None Crawford is champagne for now, including a soft penny for between Duncan Williams. Yes. Archbishop Duncan Williams. Yes. And see the damn lady. Wabakade, a summer a Abenteke, meaning Bushi. And as you opo, Warroman Abenti, Abentano, Oba, or Bacanende, or Sanso about Ubit Sedubu, or this champagne for or Monima. I will lead instead of Abetsi and not publicly about dissociate from that young man. As hey, no man no one to Abenti out. I mean, how can you be a leader like that? How can we give a country like Ghana to someone like that? A weak leader for that matter. And see, that's the distinction I want to make between if you really want a leader in this country and you compare. In fact, if you compare Alan Chamantin to all the 5 people up there will give them MPP, if you want to be very objective, the Ghana and this should be if Ghana were to be Obi, or in the business and then the company and the company na pe CEO yes one manage who company now in 5 year open with MPP let's Alan Chamato so pedo your CEO and you want to fan as the CEO but let me say this let me make this distinction why you coffee be said then what's the difference between MPP and also UP because you now you claim they from the same ideology you see MPP is a center right party okay that is one political philosophy. Okay. We're center right. Okay. Now here, a centrist party. Okay. NDC center left. Yeah. And MPP center right. Yeah. And a centrist party. Okay. Until we take what is from the left and what is from the right. Oh yeah, is a bubuma. So we believe in Kwame Nkrumah. Okay. Ne philosophy. We believe in Kwame Nkrumah. Ideologies. We also believe in the the market system there. And true. So that's why we want to propose something we call enterprise economy.
Okay.
Where individuals should be supported by the state to establish their own businesses.
I see.
Then Alan Kayebi, you know, when Mandela became president of South Africa, the whites had taken over the economies of South Africa. Up at the oil and power black. He invited 7 leaders or 7 people from the world. On board one ideas. One of them was Alan Chairman.
Exactly.
So Alan was the one who established Enterprise South Africa. President Mandela. So he's got that, experience and all that. So that is what Sagana Fuman Tuma and Asoma Akunya Obutuaye.
I see. 30 seconds. This thing about what the Moko court to fight.
Yes.
30 seconds.
Yes, you see, and people for them okay no. I don't know why do you want to test it? Because test actually people was so when you to osu. It is a boy so one that I said everybody will form. Why that start was born why do you test it? Then was I mean the fact there Mr. Alanchaman said a lawyer. Electoral commissioner herself Madam Jean or a lawyer. As I to him. Obi onyi bra. Now, we'll go through the processing. Why judge the UP party can be registered? Yes. Now, electoral commission are registered. Yes. I want the baby there. Who root your UP? Into a court. No, I catch you there. Say, who root your UP? UP now, Wabi.
I see.
Into why don't you come and join us?
Okay.
Never you Ghana.
Now, chairman's members are 3 seconds. Us the Mumbai together. Now, more 2028. One formidable front.
Yeah, that is our name is United Party. So they should all come and join. All of us. So that the United Party now will have its full meaning. So that we can contest. The chairman. You are welcome. I'm going to tell Alan Chairman about the proposal. We should be the own proposition. United we shall stand.
My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork. Spend public funds wisely and judiciously. Reject opulence. And never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana. and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork. Spend public funds wisely and judiciously. Reject opulence. And never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful. I therefore have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter. And I expect that every member of this administration will do the same. We must work with a sense of urgency, and President Jonathan spoke about the 4-year term. Our young people are tired of waiting interminably. Our farmers, our workers, our entrepreneurs, especially our women and youth, want to see policies that work for them. They want fairness, they want opportunity, they want to live in dignity and prosperity. Indeed, they are not asking for handouts. They're asking to be given a fair shot. And let's give them just that. The task before us requires leadership that is empathetic, that is disciplined and accountable, leadership that is not defined by titles, but by service, that is not defined by slogans, but by substance. And so I issue this challenge to each of you to lead your sectors with vision and integrity, to champion innovation, make decisions based on facts and data and not on guesswork. Spend public funds wisely and judiciously. Reject opulence. And never forget, your first duty is to the people of Ghana and not to your own political survival, not to the applause you will get, and not to your personal gain. I want each of you to leave this retreat with a clarity of purpose and with the humility to keep learning. This job is not about knowing it all. It is about listening. For example, I'll stay true to the values. And please remember, when any of us fall short, I will not hesitate to act. I didn't think that was what you would clap for. Let us leave here with renewed determination. Let us work not for applause, but for results. Let us lead with honor, and let us remember always that the true measure of our success will be the lives we touch and the legacy we leave behind. And finally, let me remind us all that the destiny of our party and our future success depends on the legacy that this current administration will establish. And so we must give it our all. We must work together to make our party's future successful.
It's understandable.
And therefore, I have the privilege and honor to declare this executive leadership program duly open. My brothers and sisters, the problems we face are real, but so are the solutions. We can rebuild our economy, we can create jobs, we can restore faith in governance, but we must commit to the hard work of change. You were not appointed to occupy space. You were appointed to solve problems. Let me remind you of the social contract we have entered into. The Ghanaian people expect us to deliver, and we must not with excuses, but with results. I've said before and I repeat now, this is the legacy term of my presidency. I intend to make it count. I intend for it to matter, and I expect that every member of this administration.
According to Daily Graphic, not just say they've bought out Asuma Resources. Any papa who my way more, sir, papa, no, I think that we've not celebrated him enough. A year engineers and planners, quantity for penny. Metre Uvra Ibrahim Mahana. The number of people this man employs. And they send a watch them so beboa a project in Ghana. Na Ghana yetimi afro adru amamum pompon so no. I think as a nation, it can see a share that man. His name is Ibrahim Mahama. I don't care if I meet him or whatever. I think that man deserves certain accolades. I think that Ibrahim Mahama has not been celebrated enough. He deserves certain grand commendation. Ejuma, Honorable Ibrahim Mahama, and you see, in terms of engineers and planners, any other subsidiaries, Mira Ewano, baby, I touch him a koma kesiye. Yes, obete, yes, will be any from nowhere. Then Ibrahim Mahama semini. Obianya Juma Ngusaba Panebotomo. Mr. Ibrahim Mahama. Obianya Juma Engun Botom. And look, he's not the only rich man in this country. We have so many rich men in this country. But why Ibrahim Mahama? Love for self, love for country, love for humanity. Eti mihuni say minini trim de but mihuni say Mr. Ibrahim Mahama ohunu emwa as duty call. As a service to mankind and service to God. I just say who say obi kidney failure. Sikani ho from nowhere. Ibrahim Mahama semini. Then he takes care of course ni nyina. I just say who say obi holy heart. Sikaya den ube Ibrahim Mahama semini. And Charlie, let's celebrate that man. Look, we are celebrating him not because Sabi ye personity kesiye. One celebrating Ibrahim Mahama. Who celebrating Ibrahim Mahama Sabi ni American and ko increase the fatness in his bank account. But you see, a best sending crime. Namafo Francois where yesikafo esunya. Can you imagine if there were 10 Ibrahim Mahamas in this country? Can you imagine? No. Let's face it. Can you imagine? Say Ibrahim Mahama ye we ye mako 10. Wo de enya 16 region bi enya bako. Debia me catch say me betena konya isu a as the spirit leader speak. We man plan say me ka ho. But you see, people like this, I think spiritually say Yamorabaso. It is Mr. Ibrahim Mahama. I don't know you. I don't care if I know you. Whether we meet or not, it doesn't matter. But I want to use this medium to encourage you, sir. For all you know, what one crofo be required the but please, for the sake of our country, now, at least for the first time in our country, Yatimiya Ghana near. Yeah, proper rock mining. I mean, we should be happy. The Bia Brofiba, na Omaba Baya mining, number Jessica, number Johnny. Now, you see, Scotty to go and build their countries, and we are still poor people. In the 1800s, I shall say too good. Boise. Now look at Boise. It's a hanging city. It's a shame. These are some of the things that Otudako mean to mean katamaniwa. For love for country, mean to mean katamaniwa. Eti ubanze skanwa abrafono omomansi wahi ombetuno na ya the different countries. But at least we have engineers and planners and ne oma take over and check Ghana ebabenya the full potential of our resources, especially gold. So I mean wherever you are, Mr. Ibrahim, we celebrate you today and we encourage you to do what you're doing. Kwame, okay. I'm saying I'm paying for some, but over to me, I'm saying the fuel no at one more. I'm saying people are asking about. The point is that abanati fuel so. Send you another two fuel no abanati so. You see 2 case studies over Facebook. I had the gold the ato. So see I told 12 cities 98. Over can send 13 plus. You see about 12 cities 98. That is the super, which is normal petrol. Diesel 13 cities 85 pesos. And a doctor mo the was saying. And I feel power and microphone and the doctor mo cause my V power. Yeah, the back on the super. In as much as and you might be brohon mo buy ye. So to fees. So ko galam say. So or try say or microphone juma. Still a buy junior home. Set fuel or better so. And you know say in sim put that say Kwame in the build up to Christmas. See a kodi bronya na city. Etimi eba from ensida. Me mom there not when me look I yenina yesuya there. Say simple anebia. It's been a very long time. Say I see the nail saying 10 saying. Is it 10-7? See the number form. Because you him say do bronya say a friend and crop for a lot of cities they are cut a few dollars. No they are so usually at the threshold of every Christmas, especially 3 months towards Christmas, you know, a adverse effect on the currency. It you could bronya pet na inflation rise. You could bronya pet ubehuna. I mean, you see kasamuno na pape na dollar ni jina brand na see the no conform. But for the first time in a very long while, if not for the first time, under the leadership of John Dramani Mahama, under the leadership of Urato Forsen, under the leadership of the Bank of Ghana Governor Ure Siama, and with the able support from Sami Jenfi in charge of Gold Board, we can confidently say Sidino is appreciating against dollar even in this dire moment of Christmas. Look, onipaya dia. What's I? Eti otuda kumembetra no moa. The only times, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be who say bia me Bobie is because it was only pakono or sorry adequate. I am never against anybody. Meantime, bia President Mahama. Many sure so be makaso or don't say me. Very well. You may have gone into the hinterlands or hamlet or whatever. But the love I have for that president is better say I tell him the truth. Look, if you say you love President Mahama and then the ministers, na sabi omo chiao baby, na one can't romwa, obwa ona scan up. Scan up. You want to be their praise singers. Oh, ekweye, oh, fine. Sana na kufa mo ye ekweye fine. And no more position. Men you sure send this ready. Person position. Enti no krebi ebeboa na aban we atena se ache because of the good job they are doing for us. Ekasi ekasa no credit aban. And otuda I am one person who want to lead that crusade. Me there are a lot of journalists are can because some appointment. Enya kasa na ema unya appointment too. Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa and especially President Mahama or 80th session of the United Nations Assembly. Not your catcher brofo no. Argentina US4 anchor say not dream no kind into they will not lift the ban. And then okay kasa anyway yeah. Say friend coincidence or whatever and that's 3-man ban is lifted Ghanaian can have a multiple visa to US. Now let's see the daily exchange rate. Monday 20th October 2025. And then auto US dollar. Yeah, they are to Facebook. 10.69. 10 cedis 69 pesos. Anna Otonwa 10 cedis 70 pesos plus. Great Britain one pound sterling. No. Wotwa 14 cedis 34. Anna Otonwa 14 cedis 36. Now fe Osha euros wa. Otwa 12 cedis 48 pesos. Otwa 12 cedis 49. So it's obvious to say, even at the threshold of Christmas, a done by a lot of importation, you know, yetimi Accra, there has been some injection of financial integrity into the system. Amen. You see kasemno. Sebi mribi e twem na atop no. Ejina brane. Look at the inflation. Since when? Inflation, you record a single digit statistics. Since when? Single digit cry. And yet this time cry, you could bring a craniema. Metro say, it's not about NDC, it's not about MPP. In America. The president is doing well. Let's encourage him to do more for us. Finance Minister Ato Forsen is forcing. Let's encourage him to do more for us. Honorable you can say Sami Jenfi. In a space of how many? If not 9 months. Or no, 8 months. You're forming Gold Board. Can you imagine, say, Gold Board from small scale mining at $8 billion? Do you know what $1 billion is? I'm talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, $8 billion. W, and you know you're far a pampine. Echo Gamaso Copa Chow, Copa IMF, just all my $3 billion. Signing a better money $8 billion within a space of 9 months. Thanks to Sami Jenfi, thanks to President Mahama, thanks to Ato Forsen, thanks to Honorable Esiama, any minister Bia Okaho, and a Penibia Okaho. You could be a technical advisor, and to say you may not see them directly, but the Juma yet Samarita Brew. Chale, kudos to all of you guys. Samoye say, Otuda Kwenije, no Tuda Kubetran Kunyabunuswa, when Yansen Paka. But I maintain, ladies and gentlemen, a dear Bia Enkosuya, Ebegu Mahama, Abayanimase, I'll point it out. Men train Emma by Wing Konkushe Jebuansa, no Makasem Huyanka. Otherwise, I will not be called that voice for the voiceless. Makani say Kwame. And I pray that God gives me that humility to do these explanations. I pray. Say God give me that humility to do these explanations. But you know about Facebook and Bacho ubetimi ashe amai na unso watch it wadwene. Me come say baby Commander Bohan will be you can crusade. And as I make Kwame me pese atie for because me no atie for no me mabusuafo. To me pese me di bibia besio. Me ne Commander I this discussion and Sakra na me deba and it's very important say I put it on there. Na enema bi ba just settle the same for since here atamfo. Oh, since here atamfo. Now, Kwame, there's this tape where me person ye kai ho. Ye be kai a year Greater Accra Regional Minister, Mami Lindo Kulu, made a certain promise. And that promise, you know, me person Ghana 40. We are many nyina so actually. But Abraham Mutie mon kai say me yen century. But you Mutie mon kai say me den me yen century. Na we yen century a adia ba ko a ethically etwase ukram no kredi men kasa o partner wo so eti se bibi nko yi a obeka wano atum no we yes I ha partner. Yes, I love John Mahama. Yes, I voted for NDC 2028. I'll still vote for NDC. But the truth is that se bibi nko yi a I'll be a bad journalist if I keep quiet. Eti se betre kasa fidie so point it out my ministers. Now, in some cases, yema ultimatum. It's not as if we hate the ministers. Kwame, yababa tape no, but maminka say, Tamwa, honorable minister, Esha say fix some of the street lights. Me otuda ako betena afidie we so ebona baso. Ajinia wan follow me. Ajinia wenti. So I'll come and I'll respond to Nyaminia Samuel Hunto. Eka or they are to the page now or they are to other place. Say the beya nkrofo who say me ne eka ebom say ne anom no eso say ne tete yentem. Enye bibi na mema me nimi nua ko no. Baby. We all set the record straight with the truth. Me ba cho fatu mame. Ye tie ne honorable minister kan. Ayi Mr. for honorable minister asem no.
In office, all these things should be fixed. Within 50 days in office.
All the street lights.
Yes,
in
not even all, but we'll make sure that majority, at least 70% of it, should be fixed.
Right.
I mean, the issue about street hawkers has come to your attention, where the street hawkers now are taking major part of the roads, contributing to traffic on the street. Are we going to see the radical driving away of street hawkers as we've seen under previous ministers?
Yes, in fact, I said it earlier that we are going to enforce the law. So we are going to use the task force of the MMDAs and the security services to do that.
Will you sustain this? We've seen in previous occasions they do it once, twice, and they come back.
We will sustain it, my dear.
Let's talk about floods. Let's talk about floods. Flooding has been a major challenge.
Please.
The question is about flood issues every year in Accra. How are you going to address that?
Thank you so much. The last time I granted an interview, I said there's an ongoing project we started in 20 in office. All these things should be fixed.
Within
50 days in office.
All the street lights.
Yes,
in
not even all, but we'll make sure that majority, at least 70% of it, should be fixed. In office, all these things should be fixed.
Within
50 days in office.
All the street lights.
Yes,
in
not even all, but we'll make sure that majority, at least 70% of it, should be fixed. days in office, all these things should be fixed.
Again?
50 days in office.
All the street lights
Yes,
in
not
Accra.
not even all, but we'll make sure that majority, at least 70% of it, should be fixed.
I mean, the issue about street hawkers has come to your attention, where the street
in office, all these things should be fixed.
Again?
50 days in office.
All the street lights
Yes,
in
not
Accra.
not even all, but we'll make sure that majority, at least 70% of it, should be fixed. In office, all these things should be fixed.
Again?
50 days in office.
And I must say, you should understand what governance is about. Governance is not about NDC or MPP alone. It's about the people. It is a mere century. Now I am pressing home such a sensitive and important thing like street lighter. Maminka, because me NDC. Maminka, because me tuma mahama. No, please. Please. I was just holding a yeye mame to accountability, to her own words. And like I said, Mami mean tiny that or me mami and kamepe. Oh, me fian kamepe. Kameka se me will access to the regional minister. So I will not hate her for anything. But me nyap journalist am friend for any man san makasa. No. Me I'm not that kind of journalist. Me cannot minim the consequence. Minim se mami tie bi ono so be kana dwen ho. No problem. Say base mami the opportunity to express herself. We give her the opportunity. Nation building goes on. But say bia I go look face say somebody be minister, so I go shy munya sense no. Because I'm a court in the first place. I'm a president, nunya opportunity to lead me. More appointing minister of state. Ladies and gentlemen, Obian fan constitution ko article 1 clause 1. Was it to me dear ye di bu o man no e from man for no ho en free Jomahama ho. To me dear ye di bu o man en free Dr. Bobie ho, en free Kufuor ho, en free Fly Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings ho. In fact, en free Kwame Nkrumah ho. It comes from the people. We are the people. Ye to me. And ye pone ho bi ma ye wura. And ye wura so pone ho bi ma minister. By extension, ye DC, MC, inter alia. Ladies and gentlemen, are you saying, say bibi nkosu ya, yintimi nkasa? Yes, bibi nkosu ya yintimi nkasa na. Are you saying, say, mintimi hold minister? And look, mu tie me, samuna mkurumu a, bibisa wo. Kurumu te say. Na no to that who be the last person of that time by way, because na no to that who loves this government. But in the interest of Ghana, this time Papa John Dramani Mahama failing tea. Baby unko ye no, ma point out. In fact, time wa buy we ba power na me beka say. Adwuma me fato me ho say na no to da ko a me pese me papa na buy be failing say. Bibi unko ye be I'll point it out so that they correct it. That is the job. In fact, me send a message even to the chief of staff. Wow, Chief Julius Debra na be a friend be sano. There have been times I yet me better say na share there be phone lines. Yes, say mo abai na baso. Samo kaya bibia enye waban no bia no o de momonka then na ya connecting crowd from Jubilee House omuntie. They should note down, because the more they fix it, the more they get proper popularity before the people, the more they stay in governance forever. Eti samimi kama nutum na mi yodum na send this for lose elections ebe ni say bia me point out say me patro aha mo hwe haye me patro de we ye. Look, it's better you hate me for the truth I tell you now that will make you feel uncomfortable, but will help you in the long run, than to love me for calling me a praise singer, for the lies that will make you feel good but will hurt you in the long run. Okay. Yabeye show. Anna Samuel Hunto at a point in time ebai. And the me raising this issue, somebody might think say so, but me raise it because our integrity as a station is involved. Eti me raise this issue. Na me raise ya me nyoba eti obi bia me ne no enya enkitahudie sei no ogusu ye menia. So no frame menia. Me ni problem. Ba me de ogusu ye menia. In fact, mama han ma wi say me beko. Me ba hanam say me be chirechire nsem na Ghana fo mo ankasa mo njaage sa mafomo a. Na mafomo so a Accra100.5FM mo nkama dwen entre mo Facebook na me nkan ma mo, because nyansa eni ba ko fotire. Wisdom and knowledge is like a baobab tree. No one man's hands can embrace it alone. 80, as part of our editorial, yeah, didn't say, who said there are some social issues at what Ghana, a chassis account asem. Now, the more the government is critical of them, the more they be projecting that government. And one of those social issues, and the capital cities are ISO. Se me try and try, mo am driving. Se mo na mo nkran kromwa, but your street light no eye adwuma na. When you this is some because see what we forget quickly is that onim NDC ni onim MPP ni. When you don't have enough light on the road, no accidents here. Whoever is in that car can die. Many accidents. So I understand some of these things. Ebia no be enya kwenshada inti America no tiase. But when your accident serious, to send you many trailer, Asia, you know, now people thought you were even dead. So some people will take it serious. They are fixing street lighter away a highway. So that you have I even called for too much? If I give the minister Greater Accra 2 weeks ultimatum, especially when on the 3rd of February, on almost 50 days of the fixing street light, as a journalist, what is my use if not to give ultimatum for them to sit and work well? What is my use? As part of editorial, Anna me, a year achenkwa apia, udia sempa, apumasu mensa, ye kasa, and samutie and komonwa. There's no who can say, Minister. We had a particular focus, and that focus, Achimota. About for Achimota video, need to sumai. Nasania, appear Mukocha video, send your home my sumuno. So, whom Thomas say, Yan is a major. But me did say, so be who hold Mudia, or mining Yansa Befi. Because me sure say Achimota Forest, you know, what the million kumo be one money, what's not your fixing street light. Or to that, say, as leadership, young Chema Bonin see Ansah ya penny Pumasi bread. Mahunu Boni bet Messi watching. It's young Pen Pumasi bread. Okay, come to Facebook. Abusavo and then come on Yedi. Come to Facebook. I saw some poster who post to and I was sad. So we discuss here as brothers. I thought it has ended. But for you to take it a step further, I don't understand. I don't understand. Because we are come and see, what you brother here? It will part of way. Greater Accra regional minister, I make recurrent your mamma wasem. Where you Achimota, a runabout now, a big village, you know, a Accra Achimota Forest, say a big ba a Abilenke hono. Bakoko a La Paz. And a kind of back also call Achimota down. Yes, St. John's. And a back also call Accra100.5FM. A hotel can say no one design. Hotel be before Accra100.5FM. Fiesta Royal Hotel. And a back also back 37. Honomo saying room honey. And we have thieves. I almost say in room. Eti say me charge as a journalist. Let me say, Madam Minister. And Madam Minister, we did not come here to you see the job I am doing. Mommy and Tias here. When we are praising, we are praising. Obiara the style of journalism. Me any man could hear many time for praises. But oh yeah, me praise you. But when I'm here, oh yeah, me praise you. Me didn't hear me didn't with you. I don't care about how much you be my mamia. Me didn't hear, me didn't say. Because integrity is more important than any amount of money you can ever have. So meaning integrity and Katamu Galam say for so mama me car. Now I'm on undisclosed amount of money because minikano and come back with it. But me train that home. I thought of tomorrow. Meaning say a year, Ghana a year or two that comes me DB. Maybe I come and look at it. It me from where. Me from where he say I am pointing out to and you man because say honorable minister no say within 50 days me fix this street light too. Minister, you about tape no. It must say I should not hold minister into account because me had DCB. Because me dodge Mahama. Then I don't I hate them. Me say here, what they confer from police headquarters to circle. Me patrol street light here juma also. Come motorway e so. Me patrol street light here juma also. If a journalist should call on a minister and give a minister I think 2 weeks indoors and give a minister 2 weeks ultimatum, who doesn't need that audacity to give a minister ultimatum, then you don't understand governance. I'm sorry. Because the president is even living on the proxy of the people. Government or democracy is defined as a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Power emanates from the people. And Kwame, let me insist, say it here and now. Said that operation fix our street light on our major, especially in Greater Accra. I feel a mashas here. At least, me kwaswa ya kwisi se beti President Mahamanim. Na se yen nyina ye nam krenkrom. Na se capital city, bebia light ho no enye Mahamane bebo na baso. Eti adenti de pese Ghana yesum. In a moment I see a project tourism. In a moment I see nya ye urada ni krefa ni saying. Oh, but pay your boy B-Bay. Oh, Black Star experience. Movement. And you see, Kwame, government women and a flagship program, 24-hour economy. 24-hour economy, you soon. Then people want the president to fail. Then it means that you guys, you are wicked people. Because if no no see anything, now send him for the president to succeed, then you don't love the president, you hate him. Because I love him, I'll tell him the truth. Because ultimately, because you have a 24-hour economy. Now, obi ebia ahemachi 12. I feel on Uber Juma. No, and you'll be answering the workout. Can you imagine if only Pacono, Juma, anywhere close to a building, Pines or fast out matter forest stretch in this one. When it's called for taxi and about, how can a person walk? How can a person walk? And in this moment of 24-hour economy, that's a journalist, I call it on the regional minister, on who make a promise. She was not under compulsion. She was not forced. She was not coerced. Out of Onwa will, was it within how many days? You better fixing the street lights in Accra. Because there's no chem. You're fixing now. Muslim journalist in Misano. Please, I don't want to be a fully journalist. I want to be a journalist with conscience. They be a mechanic say when I die, me and comfortable came in here, and yet I don't want me see yet. Say me wua, me and comfortable came say me yabu and nipa here, and yet can't do me drive here. When I die, and yet tadia who do me say yet, and I'm a person be the kind or being kind say me casa was able to shape the focus of my country. When I die, let this words reflect my demise. And Kwame, me person me establish BB. Na me nia hunto etiase station bia one editorial policy. I think say or say me say want to me fa original TV. Look, I said that even station bia one editorial policy. Station. Wow. What do you behind here to Facebook is, then I'll go there. I'll say 129 streets fixed with light in 50 days. And we're within 50 days. And Obi Okebia Kai say, you better not have a bomb minister. But minister said that all the street light will be fixed. I know say I went to me to go. But baby to say Achimota Forest, a delicate area. Baby to say Tema motorway, already a depth trap there, and Krufo motorway. So it is a Otuda Kube Bisa, regional minister say, Sebi, say a Honomo can home quadia, or Bobo fixes street lighter. And every crying in a Jumon, but no edge two must be fixing tea. She is the person I will attend this to. It's a tram and Krufo, oh motorway, Ansah Yakasa. Okay, me Pemahamasem, Menka motorway asem, my edin. Okay, me pema milindo klasem. It mean can once a minute, then people will die near their Shama Hamas or by the Nipe one answer. I bet me fix it street lights, keke. How difficult is it to fix street lights? They say Achimota how you making. How difficult is it? Or be on for Achimota Honomono, be on Tiasia. But how difficult is it to fix street lights? Kwame, my main cast a station be on editorial policy. And I don't mean you had it wrong, bro. You had it wrong. Ni a betra how you mean to me mess our original TV. Kwame Kwachemo the ombeso so musu de bia. Ni a betra no ye no. Hunto, I'm sure some about original FM. Why you not allow me an inch to do that? And you are my brother, so I can tell you. You don't have shares in Accra FM. You are my brother, so I can tell you. So also kind of creature. Me so me kind of creature. Eti obuo bi a person me ba original TV am de man no. Who ba Accra FM? Any citizen so we expect all this obuo no me man. Sebi. Hunto, you are not the host of the program. You are a guest. And you respect this. Ultimate say a newscasters ni nyina enim host ni nim. Are there news for their news? They don't know. Be listening their intelligence. Just say the whole station in the I mean, how? How can you make such false statements? How? How can you disrespect a whole nation editorial policy like that? And in any case, time I have a conversation, bro. Sometime even a for discussion. Then you entered. And I was angry with my producer. Say a new one say guest, but better say I won't change my in-house. Look, all your guests, I respect the guests, but onto me mong remusa. Station there. So we went to my question Hunto. Hunto, I want you to know. Say you want penny for a journey with you. Your leadership part, they take care of us, Elfia. It is a young swear better than Kunyabuswa. Me patros, I respect I am of mine. I am of mine. And Hunto raises some issue regarding Charles McCarthy anyway. Let me clear that on. Me. Look, at the end of the day, in the case of Charles McCarthy, any Kwajuebua, it's on person just me to me for Fred Kwajuebua. Says, me will cram a friend, me will cram a Charles McCarthy. But you see, say yet Muna, you say, obedient and yet like Ura, whom Topasi and Mayu. Then we should also understand, say, and yet frivolous statement, Bia, and we should allow it to pass. No. Kwabena Bobie Ansah betra manim eka say me some time back commander Mr. Commander we there commander Twisign me can some time be me list o ye din commander me say list me man to commander say hey Twisign you understand say the onumpa show no build the AC now so he give us that respect and as me can and your commander no say meka but me have discussed with him me can just say oh beka you can call Kwabena Bobie Ansah and ask him. We have had a conversation about this. Okay? And you know, say, one of the few people and the stations are here fighting this Galamsey, Accra100.5FM count. Me no can say, Kwame Kwa man kraso. Also, Oko girl, Okasi say. Kwame a man kraso. At least, as part of sending Nebeku Galamsey, Uti. Anna, Charles, any Kojoba Hadam say, 9 was 4. Oh, that's a Kwame the minimum. Me Kwame, me money deal. One more Kwame you. Ame, we tea any abusuan for be in Belgium name be forget it. Now, Kwame, Charles ne a yiba say. A 9 was 4 no. There's some video a buyer and Crophobie a some Galamsey no me soldiers. I don't know the total number about 4 so. I'm in Crophone a garde a year excavators no for a long while. 9 was 4 koya. Oma kwachi and Crophone say, Omo ya kronfo. And they don't have the right. They were coming from an angle say that shouldn't have been approached. And again, not Chinese phobia honum and Utien Komono not just a sika exchange of hands because so. And I make say, and no dear, yentimin kase ubi kokojisika. Again, almost I can say machines now the buy no from investigations no and Kamiakwa say Omuchi no ana Omuji bibina omusande machines ni samba ma back to the winners. First day a chance ne minia Kojuebua buy no. I gave them the platform. Mo follow Sacho no. Obi abeka na dwen abusuafo. Ana empanyifo say yen che aso ni asem. And as part of the ethical principles of journalism, fair hearing kahunti. Yes, see, any sadia, young man, 9 months for opportunity, so much church romasem. Like today, I'm saying, me no honorable minister made in Kobo. Who's a mechatlo? So honorable minister made in Kobo. And when you're journalists were Ghana, that's what you should be doing. America is developed because they push their leaders. But when you have sycophant journalists and mining Kosu, me, I don't want to be a journalist that swim in the pool of mediocrity. No, because of how much a minister will give me. What are you talking about? I am born great. You can take your money, minister. Oh, mommy, take your money. Say we are going to sort to my salary. Oh, no, watch it. But me, if you hear me, Kwame, Mami Kamasem. Net thousand I'm retoso. Mami Kamasem. Me, Bibi Yam says, Sia. Bibi Yam says, I'm a quite large said, he'll give me. Mr. Kwe has a large. Kwame, me can't wait that. Me come for the first time. Those times, me one man no be a friend. Oh. Papa we dey men kan wan ma say me catch when you papa say ube hu na kakra begu me phone so papa me kan won be fra how adwen we dey ma me nyai me na ka ta say so the point ladies and gentlemen I'm making is say ahanom no aye wo no sabi with all due respect yenim dia anka konya kese we ya me yentirem who will be to say diawa. Do you know where this man has traversed in terms of journalism? Who will be saying na piety ewa? Do you know where that man has traversed in terms of journalism? Who will be to say wasim wa? Do you know obi say Mr. Frank in terms of administration is any man? Do you know? So when guests come here and belittle us, Kwame Kwache will allow, but I won't allow. I won't allow. You cannot bring your editorial policy and impose it on Accra FM. This is not original TV or original FM. This is Accra FM, respectfully. Mr. Charles Makati, Ebeka Sansem, more opportunity. And I feel your friend denied them say, these are the allegations that have been made against Naimus. Say, there was some exchange of hands. And I denied them, we have been fair. We have followed the principle to the latter. Yes, sir. Then Charles and my brother, Kwajo San came say, me some another platform. And I'm saying, bro, so me kasi me mama another platform. One also kasi me mama another platform. So this is what we're gonna do. Next week, you are alleged. The burden of proof is on the one that makes the allegation. Then I bring Naimus almost here. Then both of you will settle it here and now. Musi Debi. And yes, Adia, and Mumma, and Monkasa. You see, when you do that, you think that you are hurting me as a brother. But me sure say me Otuda me so you guys will not be happy. But Montia says no man is indispensable. Minister Brofuni correct there. Nyame person me say so Otuda Akuka se ne weja Accra FM move on. No man is indispensable. Me ba chomo check Brofuni kra sa na yase akase maka Brofofo. Say correct. Indispensable say obi en hon mo betima kase woni hon mo a. Say sa na Brofuni tie. And this are cram fan channel, Frachim Sino. Make Ramakan dispensable, I prefer anything country. Now, make out say, that is the explanations with Miriam Charles. And yes, sir, I cry from the same Charles Makati, maybe. And yes, citizen show, and yes, Miriam Quadria, maybe. But because I say, me ma on platforms, individual, no say almost another one. Not ma allow Ninti, and a Kwabena. But they are my brothers, I cannot force them say they should come. I can't, and Minister Kwame swap from Nebia, Omumaya. For you know, Ebia not Kwame Cram from. Ebin so I know from, I'm almost a deny. So that is it. Now, let's come back to what Hunto was saying regarding the minister's position. Abusuanfo. Me patrol, yeah, you're my. Now, Debia Mikasa same which them say, and your political party, yeah. Mamma, ya man your sem, endi or man in him kind. I am one of the few journalists. We can talk around one cow air. I me declare me support Sematoma Jomahama on air. Me the meduma to line because Nehona Metwaba means through Maka Metoma Jomahama. So 2028 Metwa mom. I just say my shenanigans. But send your quality a quay. But I know it's less as a Jomahama for my maminka. Then what kind of journalist I any media? I don't want to be that kind of journalist though. Say journalist pa Ebia Mr. Dia me boss. Boss Adia Uye a big company. Na me yanhwe han na company nagu ni nyina ye kofi na me mam ye no se grass om ye miensa ai why na behwe please Unto we are brothers I do say ni ye kai bom se anuanom no eso say ni tutu yentem eti aye certain and what you are doing as a win site NDC for against me and look bro omo eni me no me ni me enti lumba bonyum was a pim tanwa and pim dog. In fact, if we are seeing playing in Accra, the word ye when I will try out the call to Facebook. No, I'm on Facebook in now your followers. But I'm some travel from now, Miss Van got to me Facebook. Unya one gra. Now, see, I per se, ye ma a fair judgment. Yeah, program you no way to you be a 4 lines. That is the fair judgment because they are calling from myriad places. You never be free. But Uti some woman in Akaya. Not just a lot of them were in sync with what we are saying. And let me educate my people well, please. Obi Obaka to say a citizen. Want me my minister be ultimatum? Or do to me from them? You can even give the president ultimatum. Whether or not the president or the minister would do, and only your mwasem, but you would have exercised your civic responsibility as a citizen of the land. Mama may citizens and share. And my main case will be our Dodge Mahama Abambiano. And you may point it out, non correct it. And yes, sir, yeah, when when you have power, guard it jealously. Now, lose power, and then chamber won't to me. And then, me no can say, Mustafa Hamid, Ninsam, my count, and I could do 54. OSP. And then I'm quarter another bay. I could do 54. I could do 54. 31.8 million Ghana cedis give to Awari. You see, when you are not in power, look, it is dangerous. It's idea over to me, I keep power forever. No, and no, that's all. That is why you need people like Otudako to always put you in check. Now, why are your man for no epe? Now, what's na bem watch it? A bem be obey na gonna say 1 year sutie obey su branch there no okofientem. The Kufado's government will fear because they didn't listen to Ghanaians. It got to a timer. Yet me catch there over and post mama a timetable. See for a timetable. Such disrespect, such arrogance. It got to a timer, Mr. President. Yet me say I am sorry. I'm not saying say Akufo-Addo went man ya ade ba ko ye no enya papa. Certainly President Biaba oye no beti maye. Me pa chawti ase. Eti munu amose modojo mahama no. Mo ye mo kan okran kire no. Enka me akwa say ye mo ye don na ye kan okran no. Na ye mo ba bedane ni pa bonefo. No mo a eye no yodom e prezi no. Chese hunto e case ni nan say ma me criticize minister ma me man otubetum. Say ya Ghana will ma honorable Lindo Kulu and say ya the Ghana man we can be. What are you talking about? What point are you making? Say, mommy criticizing no. No, please. 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 We can't build a country like that. I beg you. We can't build a country like that. And again, Kwame, Saturday we check it. Obient me kwajini payola wa bontin be use platform we express it. And yami say yami mameka sasem. You go to a lot of stations. Oba topic in the pedal back and wasem. Citizen show. I'm an opportunity. Moba much from with is free fee. Ya mamo time. No ma can we and some about topic in so. You don't see all these things that the citizen show is doing. You don't see all these things the citizen show is doing for you. And Obi Obaka say platform we will hear be our boy. Obi Obaka say citizen show are true Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Such a formidable force of a journalist. Yeah, Obi Obaka so here citizen show is the hottest in the country. Is the hottest in the country. What here? But sir, me tell Kunyamina as Obi Obaka here any anchor there's no parliament. And if there's parliament, there shouldn't be any speaker. Now MPs no be any your pay. As part of my job as a presenter, as a journalist, is to moderate. It is a big here. I have to come in. Me patron na me ka tia se. Aka hunto say newscasters there when they didn't know. They didn't know. Ya betra na bo ma Lindo Kulu abaso. But you see Kwame enya me ya. Time ya bo ma Lindo Kulu abaso no. Unso bia anti anko kan kire no. You use a whole week. As I hear the Saturday, Abo Mammy Abaso say, was starting fixing street light. I'm a make remember can crane. I'm a who is it? I believe Panaju will baby. Me the cow eh. And would you be anti and country mammy say, Mammy, go to the Kobo Abaso. But I brought to the could see a mubako can say, Mammy, fix the Achimota Honor near about 2 weeks or tomorrow. And no dear. To the Comenka. Microphone was near fixing street light. Now a country that ain't mean fixing street light. Are we a serious country? Who does I call Ghana a silly nation? But if you cannot fix your common street light, what kind of a nation are you? Ghana ain't mean fixing traffic light. What kind of a nation are we? Or Maya, who to me call hospital? No, Biago, not in the bad form. Adamaya say and Penny. Are you not a silly country? And you say I shouldn't say that. Sabi mpanyi phone sabi akudonto. Ya mpanyi phone to kwan. Me won kwan anka maye mra. Say any politician oyaria jiayare hwe wa ha. Anka I will ban every politician say obeko outside the country akwaja yare. That is the only way they will fix our hospital system. That is the only way. That's the only way. Tigana for there munya yade amunko because only ska be travel out of the country. But politician there owoska na buy no so abon hoka no fly ko UK, wa fly ko France, no fly ko South Africa. Yeah. It's a crowd because Rwanda 1994 war essay krudu yetimi fly ko hono. What? Look at what Muhammad has done with University of Ghana Medical Center. Can you imagine if every region our Muhammad's UGMC? Can you imagine if every region our the bank hospital? Can you imagine if every region our the maritime hospital? Can you imagine if every region, the rich hospital, President Mahama, can you imagine? Eti send your man when I see a car, send a bear, a buy no any benyam, now buy a successful Muslimaminka. Me pacho, and then there be a boy about in the Powasemu. Muntes the same way. Name your canoe cranichel. Eti aye, every prime minister tia who told you Obama Basso, on Bessie Beckham. Honorable Minister, you free on more reshuffle. Who told what to the baby you? And reshuffle so dear, after 1 year. Eti no ye kan no kure se no bia betimi atene to so no ya adwuma se enye duty so minister me yahunu na ne any duty no because ukoka say we be fixing to the directly at you because I know say we have energy commission, your Ministry of Roads and Highways, your this authority na society also na commission say I don't know authority about road safety, yes. Your road safety authority. Eti momi yangu ni ene djuma and kwame ni etwama won say street light no so ye twa electricity bia enyinama hoodin bia kania bia beto bia no what twa street light. Eti adentin na matwa street light and so street light ni nyadwuma. As a journalist, I don't have a right to caution the government because it is my own government. No, please. Then I'm not helping my own government. Okay. My entry Facebook for Ansah. Albert Keoka say good afternoon. I think I'm not getting this comment here. We're static a comment. Eti media me buy say me chire na and me enyo bi na obeka kire na me nya accident kra President Mahama Suma obi ba fi eti o ka se papa no onim say ye do no ana honorable na me money din man ka se meboa se ono ye deputy managing director for Tema Oil Refinery Alhaji Mustafa, former deputy Maslog boss on the President Mahama Suma man ba fi Fred Uncle Julius Zebra so oman send me bibi se me fen to edra na me informa se me you me kan okran se ne yete oh it is say yes here President Mahama na yes here kan okran kire ne na se ne ku papa no me pa cho se utie me a ba bia wo bia street light enie no ma ye hunu wo Facebook Ivy Quay or say hunto should shut up me cry the minia me minia no me ni oye me uni se me ntimi nya ne sa se me tima ka na yinam de akoto me page. No, me I can't do that to him. Me is my brother. Oh, it is a what if this you want to incite me and my people against me. You should understand say they love me. You can't do it. You understand? And who better host to be a better than moi. Man, you make a lot of errors. I allow it pass because person me go anymore. The man you say say no. And you see, I did back when pay media war. Me nye be that. Me train you the baba. Me train you the baba ukroma. Media war. Say my twama no na so twama me. That be papa no see the radio no. Commercial radio. Yeah, the year name profitable. Ada who host ya who hosting I am. Say na no to da ko ana host dia member na wa man na dem bra. Minia chance my program yegu. Pajo my program legu. Wa ma program legu. Mi o tu da kokura mi ja kra fm kura ngu. Kwa mi kwa che pa wonja yengu. Kwa mna Bobie enche mema no better appointment. You kra sisi ade de me ne Mahama bekasa. Emfasa. Enu kra engu. Na men kan Facebook comment. Kwa djuma kwa mna Bobie Ansah ye no mesremo. That guy deserves better. Nka menya no bo chairman kra. Books ye be print ye Ansah no kra ko. Very well. Rashid Boki, you say please, it's okay, you are brothers. I agree, we are brothers. Araf Omar, also to that, I agree with you. Papa, Odoko, over 5 years, no street light. Into women American Kwame. Me NDC in Intima men country minister say. And they say I'm passing me NDC in the NSM me serious NDC. Now you say me person me am bank opposition. I can't credit natural mo, ya tana ba mo ache. Celestine Global, or say inside Gulf City, no street lights. You are bringing it. You can also join and bring it. Baby, I would say me free street light media. Kwadwo Fiagbe Pokwase to Awushi Kwame sa kwanu di agro benya sene sa a beautiful road but Pokwase to Awushi kwana chairman ne kan eti how can you build such a beautiful na street light in this one? Charlie. I'm not sure, sir, when I'm asking for street light from the minister, I'm asking for too much. Please. I'm not sure. Sir, I'm asking for too much from the honorable minister if I ask for street light. If she thinks in that direction, then I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Jamila to Mohammed, class professor, now take it easy. We love you for saying it as it is. Thank you, dear. Would G or say the truth hurt, but must be said. Thank you. We say Pokwase to Awushi. Very dark. Thank you. Kwadwo Fiagbe. Also, who told us the argument from day one. But on Facebook, na monkai, na man kasi me na me critique me. I love everybody. Me nipa bi ani wi ase a me ne no wasem. I just want them na wasem. No. I live a simple life. Sure. Yeah. Once in a while me pie bi na me nyama origin ba ko asori ninti. Ansah. Nkomenim. I mean, solo. What's that? Solo Dagnon. Otudako, you are pure and proper litigant. And you have certain everybody listening to you. Okay. All right. Ibrahim Musa Elsuwaha, I'll see all the way from the east. And Otudako, good afternoon. We thank God for another year. Okay, Ajano, say good afternoon. Watching you live from Kwabena. In fact, Ghana economy is coming. Okay. So please, you can send in your message. Now, yeah. Okay, Prince Kojo Ofosuware, or say Manfi to Kufurudia and No Street. I hope they say it's not part of the jurisdiction of regional minister. But the point, ladies and gentlemen, I came to make. Then they say, your time will be but so uba obi adwuma mu a I have not the respect ama adwuma for no me sebi ese ati ase Adom FM policy a different from UTV or Peace FM, a different from number 1 FM and Class FM. So ana a different station, ye different from Accra FM. So you just respect our editorial na yen so ya konenim. Okay, so that is it. So Kwame yemfa enono nsi onum na yemra ye hwene ye koso. All right.
Abukwe dada bukwe misuwo mekawo akamiyefu.
In upcoming session. The 9th Parliament of the Republic of Ghana is gearing up for a third sitting scheduled to commence tomorrow with a significant focus on social and family issues. The highlights of the session will be the presentation and discussion of the Human Sexual Rights and Family Value Bill 2025, a legislative proposal that has garnered considerable attention and debate across the nation. That is it. Parliament, 21st, right? That's tomorrow. LGBTQ plus in Samoa, Argentina, or Maimu Pa. You say, Boba Pin, Namusini, and I see a name, Menkanasa, now on my ancient papa to give us further and better particulars on the matter. Igusu Epusu Hubano, say Ansah Ebeka, your parliamentary correspondent. Now, watch it. And of course, this LGBTQ plus. At a point, not because you're easy, but some are easy. They not just it means so much. Now you share baby a being a aquacudru. So that is one thing. You can listen. And for those of you are Kwame Eslekufu so or secretary for MPP. Who are not here for Esla Ekufu, Minister for Communications, and the other one also a general secretary for MPP. Hey, na you be that be yes adwuma no. You be that be yes adwuma no. I mean MPP for one sem there. Omo pɛ futu ntia na omo tu onfa na yede. But you be baba be yes adwuma no whether or not who be here say she's fit for purpose. Okay, but many Anila Hafila Kekeli Fachami and the Enkomo. Or a parliamentary reporter. Hello, Kekeli.
Yes,
me patro name pum to say.
I'm in charge you.
Young community FA LGBTQ plus abra parliament betenasi. Yate say beka nsem no beka ho bi. Patro obetima ma yentimu asen asem no pa asetia.
And it's not a Yamipua, a parliament, a year tested to know on the best one, it is a baby, bills are who do be ever if you. Number three, I said, those not the ancient end those, but teacher pa a woman, any a year human sexual right and family value bills 2025. Nature say 2 bills, I would go and I year ready for presentation. Nature say proper. That is property right of spouses bill 2025. Any human sexual right and family value bills 2025. Let's say bills here I would want me no share near a mosupa. Let's say amount for any besa compa any a year anti-LGBTQ bill now more friendly human sexual right and family value bill 2025. Okay, a year 2023 Parliament passé. Yeah, Sabria, say, Amampini Dada, Nana Kufado, one financial answer here. Coping time a year 8 parliament, we are now 8 parliament, so a Mojuma every year, and as a parliament, a Juma every year, Sana, nature say, almost a for me parliament for now. Bills are, but I'm a muya, I'm going to be reading, and nature say, a woo, and nature say. Parliament I did almost represent our bills with you. And Tisana Akoba, Okama, my penny, John Dramani Mahama Eka sent to represent bills to Parliament. Now you move in with the Chinese incentive, or more young deliberations in the county. To see idea, I bet you say a year Parliament regime from tomorrow. No, a year bill by call, to if you are nature, you feel more sensitive. A beer, not. By the time I'm sorry in Zimbabwe, no way to be a passes out.
But especially with the proper sexual orientation bill, me patro over to me, meaning say when you be acting kaya, and I say, who some of the brief content a bit to me who in a back bia, a was our bill, no, I say, get to my baby Emra.
She said a mini embosso, but me, me too, quite like I'm doing everything possible to at least chance on this bill and met me. If you kakra, it was a daily day and a shame. Many a young one our committee, so before more say a chanopa, economy more committee soon be a bon commercial say, or bet me ask me for 1 or 2 staff a woman, but never to just say at least it's ready for presentation and nature say. Most likely, no. By the time the house will rise,
but average, generally, who share the position of honorable members on that very bill? Who is saying, "I wish you mube na Ghana funya." Fasabion.
The 2 previous parliaments, so a unanimous decision, and it say, Nipa who grant me a proposal. Now, send a speaker a put a question, or can nature say, I seem to say, Obi will here. And I say, Bill, we on pointing to Mount Pejanza. Sana speaker put your first nature say.
One can be Pejanza. Speaker, so that's Anna, speaker, onion the secret ballot. Na Pejanza, they're bedding you. Camera, so.
Camera, so. What's the idea? You know, judging from the pulse of the nation, a bed and say, a member of parliament, be opposite Sabi, and I wish I, Mahamaso and HSA also represented Sabi before it came as a private member's bill, so Kaya. But it's coming as a government sponsored bill. HSA, a cabinet and a parliament. HSA, a bed in percentage, a particular based from the majority side on the opposing. Now here minority so senior Bibena Takano or me a micro minority and say now vote no and carry handy. Would judge from the pulse of the nation and from various conversations I've had even with members on the committee and other members of parliament and say if it's near who say Kianeke on the pass.
Okay. And ma yena wasin fa wonsi ha na menim se mrepa ye besan aba wakache me gidi se wonfa bibia nka me ya da se pa ya na musini eye Avila Kekeli ana yene ne twen komo a parliamentary correspondent and me sure said this very bill bill Ghana for ye hwe enim kan pa but kwame bibi wo hon mu a me pesa nka me Ghana for che efa ye adwuma aban and you see ya hwe ya and from frame ewo ewi mu no mema bebre adwene differently me pese mutie sa same way na hubrase kwanso yetie ni and that is the more reason why I think say and found ne party awo anka be ya ye ma ban we entrance kakra me ba to tie me pa I see say there are a lot of people are one person be flag bearers for MPP me many sure because Senkrofo no na say Ghana Senkrofo and I say Ghana. No, flag bearers of MPP. Why? No, Bomudin, Kennedy, Japan. Anna Wembium. Oh, Bomudi, Educhum. We Educhuma, Urabamia. Kwabena, Japan. There are 5. Kwame Wembium Naka. Kennedy, Japan, Urabamia, Educhum. Bray Champon. Now, to start with, Bobie say Brian Champon, like minim the moral power like utiminya kukudro kase meso mpese me president. Anya we kura de ayawaso west war on violence is still fresh in our minds. Ghana for sa 2 minu amunya ya what is sa ban no me patro mo ma 2 minu ntina kakra. Say no de aban transwa na yehwe ne nkoyi a otu da komia ma be ka kire mu say ensansa no. But for now this government is the best we need to develop our nation. And me patro we say what the mechiacha I'm not speaking this with political sense or any partisan spedacop. Me can no krepa. And maybe we will come to the statistics. The Ayawaso West Wogon, the Emil Short Commission report indicted Urabre Champo Anambwa. At a point in time, no minister the presidency in charge of national security. How was that deployment done? And for the first time, if not one of the few occasions in the history of Ghana, we had a sitting member of parliament in the personality of Honorable Samnate George. That former butu and untina na say ya koya Blekuma North elections here. Mami Eddie pepper spray koya obi heading na and Crawford kasa bibiri no hoye bangam say. Me nka say eye. But time when ya bu Sam George, me MPO, dia na ye tietia Sam Crawford no mo kasa how akum say na in the first place Sam George one for gloves and call, one for pepper spray and call. Our kumsi the pepper spray ekoya den e baby etoaba. You understand what I'm saying? Eti say over champion kase what president dinti one my flag bearer and maybe at the threshold of the elections you be can say me pray. Ya kan no tumu a eka ye ni ekata aswa anka me no ka say ye hotels Ghana hotels nyina ko. Senate hotels La Palm Royal Beach, La Badi Beach, any other 3 beaches aka. Honorable Ghana Japadi Yankeko. One and a Pesa hotels, and you rubber a champo. And you rubber a champo. The same person say, Yaman 90 days ban. Na galam say, to be cut. What's not power for 8 years? A foot to 1 farmer Nana Kufado. Come on, 18-month bank crampo, and in Sweden say. Patriotic journalists against Galamsey, they report Babonti. Any case, Honorable Kwabena Japan, Ayobia Anke Bia Obe Fine Kakra. Unfortunately, he did not own up and speak the truth. People like Honorable Kwabena Japan ana na epese omde owura Bamia man. And I'll come to owura Bamia himself. Because so owura Bamia na ankoye senior honorable Kwabena Japan my yetiase during their campaign I didn't no contest no. Say na sanko the camp no support but today he's contesting him. And penyufu amumu start MPP a drew mribi esa mo sorry na mkano kren. All of you were silent. Because even if only Paul Afoko at a point any Sami Krabmo no first vice chairman I'm suspending him. You came back later. Sabre no na dan kwaku fadmo SMPP no. Why were you silent? Sa time no na owura want to be mo ken semu a egu MPP no. Why were you silent? Why were you silent? Eti afedie aben eti no o be president edi. You are not to say Dano maybe ken kan owura duchum and owura duchum there maybe one of the times coming. Mensa betrase na ye di owura duchum ho nkobo. Double track duchum asem na make. What sense ku put up a president? Ghana wa I'm telling you Kwame. Say oman no yadwuna anya dwuma omomu ye yo. Obia woye minister of state. Na kwada akosua there 2 weeks better na 3 months. What the Ghana send in South Bend. Woye minister mpo na send woye education. What I could in America. Idea was many saw STEM education. I give it up for him. There were times we had no STEM education with TV, so it was beautiful. But education in general, and I do to let say, you're more education so no presidents. Yes, you may have a fine personality. I don't know about your responsibility as a leader, but in terms of persona, you're okay. But any person and the boy mind say, and who offend the boy mind, Debbie. You're the competence and the boy mind. And we are judging you based on the appointment I hold here as a minister of education. I call that to me a free school befi. Who be some kwada be say yenim. Like seriously, when an minister? Oh dear, so my to poku prempe napo. And the first time as a minister, Sebi, 1 year. Papa is all crowd school abroad. Sana Martino, Sana Brucho Moyano. Na school no send the one I'm to afraid to be to. I want Ghanaians to understand say, Sabaya Manyay, John Dramani Mohammed Dianimi. Allow Mukakra, Namunchadi. And I'll come to the statistics. Mu allow a bank kakra. Forget when this in one people. Now young John Mahamano as a leader. You end this account before now you want as leaders. Me Mr. say na Ghana near the someone for some time. Ghana basing. Ghana basing. Then who is the last person? They say Yaya Duchum, Brian Champon, Yaya Kwabena Japan. I want be Munaka. Anna when be. Canada Japan. No Ukraine say 5 ninja. 5 now air contest nyina. So we this say any year every one more. Nyanka me penasem. Canada Japan. On ananka like in terms of being biased. And on ananka penasem. But mira, you do man so sanso nyi. Ora Canada Japan. Take it or leave it. At a point in time. If I am contesting nyina ade. Maybe in terms of the credit, I'll raise him above all of them. Because Meka's a time where Nanyama Koyi, he said some of those things. But a Drumribia, Nakamia was as a almost person who free and Yama Bonia a course under the Kufado administration. And Orakan Japan has had problems with a lot of people in this country. Oh, me penasem. And of course, I'm saying, and yet so poor biasem and a mayor di akani eshenisa. Problems with journalists, and then I'm say Ahmed Swali case, you know, Attorney General so interested be more whatever. What was the position? Was it omunya evidence? Suspect na ere. Omunya enough evidence and answer day. 80 suspect ni dey no matwa mu na 80 almost different evidence ana okay 80 and yes, any big can say asenia or matcha a mess well case say mundi actually. But suspect na almost shame in Tanzania de bono. Like and Kameko say evidence and share anyhow. When they say so mujano. And they say so mujano. No making sure so the concrete evidence to make sure so be bia with this anyam will be pinned down. But we remember clearly, ladies and gentlemen, say over Kennedy Japan Tanani radio station so. Me repeating here. But at the end of the day, now it was against Ames Wale. Answer Ames Wale we. Yeah, in every serious nation, and by now he will be investigated. Forgive me, I love him, but me cannot catch them. I love him, but me can't say Kwame say me catch them. Me nya accident ni mu. Mo hon no be frame me. Ana osi o the way mama forget. But the point I'm making is say, yes, I love him, but I'm pampa say, if it was any serious country, say obi to be make a statement against a journalist. Na enchene ni penewu. Na obi enkabe. Is it because of Uska? And today also a president. At a point in time, you think Serbia, Honorable Kennedy Japan wanted to sanitize the ASOFO system, and he has problem with ASOFO. No more about one player, no more. The truth is that amongst the five, to me, he may be my best candidate, but he may be a fit candidate to lead MPP, but to lead Ghana, I doubt. Now let me come to Bamia. Bamia can take a whole year. Make dia connect say nearby way ye yamani so any, and I'll be coming to fuel in a jiffy. I'll be coming to the microeconomic indicators in a jiffy. Baby omufani free, baby ababe drew in terms of exchange rate, in terms of policy rate, inflation, those things will come. Then we will massage any who say abai way young man in kosun twas and it's obvious. Eti ankabaya. Can you imagine if abai way at so for 20 years? I'm just making an assumption. Anka Ghana, by you saying. First 4 years of President John Dramani Mahama, and I will come to Bamia. Kwame, say me use hospitals as example. Kekekra, ubo we near no who reach hospital. Ubo we near who Bank of Ghana hospital. Ubo we near Tabale hospital. Ubo we near who Maritime hospital. Ubo we near University of Ghana Medical Center. Near Oni Uratamu Siga East. Just a lot of hospitals. Bebre, Kumau Hospital, a Kingdom, Sevilla Hospital, a Kingdom, for the clinics, a hodor, James Company, a hodor. Or no year be as president. Now, the Dofo, Mrs. Dr. Lordina Mahama, and so the Lordina Foundation, yeah, Juma. Fantastic woman by our standard. And Mami, Lordina Mahama, Yenyane Seso, Yenyane Seso, Bear Tang Wagana, and Kagana, ye Oba, or Wakumapa. And yes, I be our Bwani Kumpo or Wakumapa. And because of Mrs. Dr. Lordina Mahama, we have a lot of places. I sankene and Mafra Aya Wu, and so we see maternity clinic one Muntino, Omanyankwa. And my sankomu, and because of clinic I was in Omanyankwa. Oman can work cross Omananti Quincy and San Omar Access Hospitals because of Lordina Foundation and Omanyankwa. No wonder say United Nations for friend, some especially children and women. That woman is even a different world. And let me drop that. Even in hospital alone, a Juma John Dramani Mahama, na bre suedi kain, wabeye no. Look, it's more than the whole 8 years of Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Now, you take somebody like Ora Bamia. The first quality me pager when it comes to leadership, honesty and truthfulness. What penny and not some end of him. Or penny and not some end of him. From taxation to production, you could see saying, assembly TFM. One district, one factory, you could see saying, assembly TFM. To the extent say Kasapreko, a whole Kasapreko. Akufo-Addo. Now Kasapreko, how many years ago? I fed you discuss a crash when you see signboard amount. You discuss a crime near December amount, near friend factory. At of them, one constituency, one village, at of them, you could $12 million here, the Kwakusi Pualugu Dam, best in the signboard in Punso. And Orabamia, in most of these things, you were the chairperson of the economic management team. What's Hanumana will say, e-levy. And so you're the e-levy at Uncrofosu, went to be in Kabao. You lack the power to own up and speak for your people. How can you be our leader? Orabamia? How can you be our leader? Pualugu Dam. Pualugu Dam. It is one of the major, I can say, development of MPP. Mungo Pualugu Dam. Signboard the and so, Auditor General reports through Public Account Committee, I really say $12 million and a tria. As manager of the economic management team, what were you managing, Mr. Bamia? You think say you have outgrown that man? Yenfa a whole Ghana show sir. MPP crumple matter say to be na Ghana. MPP Empo and matter say to be na Ghana. Ghana for Misremo. Mo kai taxes ane gumo so. Aban we buy. Mo kai say nya kwekwe yi e-levy free wo. Anya kwekwe yi betting tax free wo. Anya kwekwe no we emission levy no anka omo sha said ye adwuma na free ho ene anka mutu emission levy ene anka mutu electronic levy ene anka mutu betting tax wo me de misika kotwa bet wa ma me bi me di also me ma 10% na me lose am me say w what kind of fairness is this? My you say 1,000 cities me twa bet me winning no say me ma mu 10%. Me see you 10%. Now me the same 1,000 cities trap bets. Now me lose wa. I don't know buying 10%. Remember. Wow, mo be adwuma. All back no and also yeje. The only advantage of betting who say en tax yourself like say bia train kwada na free menyem. But who make employment? Who me free? Who make employment available? One and just be sorry akọ betting you know akọ betting. Adwuma ni ho. Abai we na bada through obi to say basin talimo. To make sure say a lot of our youth are getting now saying Deputy Minister Miami Brapenin Broja Jemfi announced here before about 12,000 and Makatem says 12,000 no anyways security matters but I should leave it there but I still insist say a juma bi honum na first security name and first security one munkro for mum say juma bi me I've told you send this for Ghana for I keep telling you so father for all system no at the party co-position and this is one penny for when I make us as a match and see me me papa I said don't get yaso now on chemo mo akanyina including me papa fifi kwete adwuma bia mo beba no mesramo 50% mo fair this for the Ghanaians MPP came and supported their people. Please support your people. Na time no me campaign no MPP before enka no mo support Urabamia na wini yanka ne MPP before the sise dwuma mo so ma wini ada na mo nkro for there mo so mo be father for me pa chaw ni obey oni no dia bebesre woni o ma me kratia enkwan no wasani woni o ma me tia enkwan no sase some more power idea take care of your people first. They are also Ghanaians. MPP force are qualified, you can take care of them, but your people first. The point I am making is say and let me do this quickly and maybe you be break okay? At a point in time but not policy rate and policy rates it determine a year rate banking rates the friend say okwaji bank be say mumwame policy rates it determines whatever you take in terms of sika albejo bank any ninsimo now 28%. I think about down to about 25% if not low because of this government insertion. Inflation rates President Mahama second time of 23.5%. And then Minuka say inflation rate a single digit. Exchange rates not dollar to cedi. Almost 16 cedis. Now 14.5 or something. Okay. Even if 14 cedis are as I'm speaking with you, no, a year exchange rate cedi to dollar, cedi to pound, cedi to euro, a 10 cedi 70 pesos. And when you are selling, when you are buying a 10 cedi 60 pesos. These are certain basic economic indicators. Abani dia gu akwanso a boy e kire say sa ban we trembu cha ombe boy memo bia na da because ye kwan na ye nyina na ye befa so Ye hear kwan na Nana Akufo-Addo you saw about 3 years. There be a year of road. Even a year road no. And your President Mahama na asia ba contractors say do maka wasia mo miskafo fro. So mo nko the same road Nana Akufo-Addo ba me aso mo ye. Ye ni harum no me about is it 809 million Ghana cedis? And nice dollars. 809 million ye pokwase kwan no. President Mahama on one buy Nana Akufo-Addo say a year of Roma ya kwan nyina. Meanwhile, President Mahama by the way 809 ama a pokwase for say omonye sa kwan no. 80 year of road na kwan be no ye. The same President Mahama a car abandon the jatu one contractors or dom car wa be tue bi. In fact, sa ban we no mo ntia say ye be masa nursing allowance o be kai no le dom ko position at the point o mu twam. And yet omo buy no still omo say be tue sa nursing allowance. Nurses for almost for 10 months. Yen twam kai. Na nya ban we arrangement o. During the transition period, a ban we through chief of staff e can say obi bia yen fa na dwumam and I am found before the 7th of December no yes from ma like you has a yen posu mo ansa na omumre metena se na omuhwehwem se na be ya the right people and ye be kofen krofo bebre ewi ase no ye de be sha ban ne kon se etwase etwamuka me no kase onobu minta kando da be no so betwamuka no it's done, it's settled. Abainu bunipa, those were the time and now were president. I am for crowd commando, I'm sorry. And then John Mahama, or no qua, I am for person sorry was Montanase. I'm talking about a leader. I would say that he has married